All right, let's get started. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa kafa wa salamun ala ibadihi alladhina istafa sallallahu ta'ala alayhi wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man wala ma ba'd rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa ahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All right, so before we get started with slides for today, we're gonna, before we get started with the slides for today, we'll go over the reading and go over as in if you have any questions, we'll go over the questions and discuss anything that might have come up. This is going to be more frequent when we start with the actual book, right? You're going to have a lot of questions because majority of the information in the book is they're in the footnotes. All right, they're not in the main text of the book. So the footnotes are going to bring up a lot of questions. And when you do the readings, start making it a habit of actually going through the footnotes as well, because a lot of extra information which might not come up on the slides might be in the footnotes, right? So, if I'm not mistaken, you're currently going through the author's introduction, translator's forward, right? So, any questions? Also, was there an issue with the speaker still? I know you guys can probably hear me, but if you had to unmute yourself, was that an issue?
Yeah, we can hear you, Sheikh. It's all good now.
You could hear them. I don't think
it was yesterday.
There was an issue yesterday, but I think Brother Ahmed was fixing stuff. He told us he was gonna fix yesterday.
Can one of you unmute yourself and just say salam or something? So,
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. I can hear you fine.
yeah.
Yeah, the problem has been resolved. Yesterday it wasn't working at all.
He put it on his phone, and then he was speaking to him through the phone.
Okay. Okay. So the audio is still an issue for the speaker for some reason. If you have any questions, just type it in the chat. Hopefully it'll get fixed this week, inshallah. This is a different classroom. Everyone will be back to their usual classrooms by next week. So that shouldn't be an issue. But all right. So any questions from the translators forward? Yes. Page, any specific page where the question is coming from?
It's from the translated forward, maybe.
Okay. Okay, so before we get started with that, what's the name of the author? What's his name from that long thing? Got up to what? Yeah, you have to start identifying the actual name from the long list of titles that typically come up. No. Hassan. Hassan is his name. All right, so his name is Hassan. His father's name is Ammar, right? And he is known as Shurumbulali. All right. Okay. Yes.
You know, sometimes people call like even Masood, for example, rather than its the first part of his name. When you're looking at it at the name, which part generally should we remember?
You typically remember the name of an author the way that they are quoted the most or remembered the most. Oftentimes it's by their title, sometimes it's by their actual name, sometimes it is by their work, right? So they might be known as Sahib Hidayah, for example, the author of Hidayah, or something like that. Sometimes you might have part of their name, which is kind of title or honorific or something mentioned so that it is not confused with another person with the same name. So for example, whenever we say Abu Dawood, generally speaking, when you say Abu Dawood, you are referring to the compiler of the famous Sunan of Abu Dawood, right? The famous hadith author, Abu Dawood. But there are two hadith authors by the same name. One is earlier than him, called Abu Dawood Tayalisi, and the other one, the one that we commonly call Abu Dawood, is Abu Dawood Sijistani. So you don't technically have to say Sijistani, because whenever people say Abu Dawood, they mean the one of the more famous work. And if people want to talk about the other one, then they'll say Abu Dawood Tayalisi, so that you know who you're talking about, right? It's a good habit to try to at least know the name, but generally speaking, even in books where they are referenced, they're referenced by, say, Shurum Bulali, for example. The same way like Imam Bukhari is known as Bukhari, even though his mother didn't name him Bukhari. All right, so yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
The question was actually about the name. So it said that they named him Abu Khatas because it's like perfect. Is that something that happens like usually when these scholars are alive, like this title just becomes so prevalent that they start
Sometimes the title, that the honorific that's given to an author becomes known in their lifetime, either because of their students or because of their community. Generally speaking, it's after, right? So they become known with a particular title, right? They don't call themselves as such, right? It's attributed to them. Yeah. The ones who do typically attribute honorifics to themselves aren't deserving of it. You kind of know that, yeah, they're just, yeah. We have a lot of that modern times. So the bottom of page 14, if you have the copy of the book. So at the bottom of page 14, for example, one other author is mentioned. So this is in the second to last paragraph of the page. So Ibn Abidin, right? Ibn Abidin is mentioned, and he is the author of the book Raddul Muhtar. So Ibn Abidin was actually a contemporary figure. He was basically in Ottoman Syria, and his work is pretty much the top three, if not the first source of fatwa that scholars would refer to when it comes to the Hanafi school, right? As you go through different works and you go through the years of the program, one of the best things that you can do is try to have a generic timeline in mind of works that came before that informed the works that came after. As I mentioned last week, fiqh doesn't develop in a vacuum, and it's always informed by what came before it, right? So the Hanafi school, for example, just like any of the other madahib, their literature grew based on what the previous generation kind of put together, right? So it's always in conversation with that. So this is one of the great works that you might kind of be referred to, or at least you might hear it be discussed. The same paragraph obviously introduces the author, Hassan ibn Ammar al-Shurunbulali. He has another work called Nurul Idah, right? Nurul Idah. That's the work that's usually studied in, in madrasas, in curriculums around the world. I studied that myself in my second year. In our first year, we did another simpler book in Arabic. But the reason why Ascent to Felicity is studied, or at least it's become more prominent, it's because an English translation is available, and a really well done English translation is available, right? And this particular book, Ascent to Felicity, which is translated from the Arabic Maraqi al-Fallah. Maraqi al-Fallah is actually a commentary of Nurul Idah, right? So many a times, and this is very common actually, in traditional scholarship, you might have authors who write a book and then they write a condensed version of it. They might write a summarized version of it. They might expand on one particular aspect of that work. So they kind of write different versions from their own side. And sometimes there's other people who do so. But this is one of the cases where this book that we're studying is basically a commentary of a longer book of his own. Okay. And on page 15 gives a little brief summarized view of his life alongside some of his teachers. You know, he was born in Upper Egypt, and pretty much he lived in Cairo, right? Sheikh Faraz kind of gives some idea of what he put together in the translation from page 16 onward. On a side note, when it comes to using Arabic text, if you want what we call a critical edition, then it requires a lot of legwork. You need to find different manuscripts that exist, in different libraries and research centers, and you kind of collate and produce a critical version. So it's not just he picked up a copy of the Arabic book and then he translated it, but he actually went through different manuscripts in order to have a translation of a critical version, as we call it, right? And he mentions one name, Sheikh Hussein Kadudi of South Africa, on the last line of page 16. He's alumnus of the institution that I studied. He was in his last year of studies when I started the program in 2002. A true bibliophile and somebody who's pretty much in the world of manuscripts, right? And
Hey Joel, how are you?
in addition to the translation, Sheikh Faraz
Alaikum salam.
put a lot of effort into the footnotes, right? I would argue that the footnotes are of equal value to the translation of the actual text, simply because of the amount of extra information that he
quote
puts
unquote
in,
working.
right?
Yeah.
So reading through it will be very
I'm
beneficial.
working.
Sometimes it might be
Yeah, hold on.
a lot of information. Sometimes it might be confusing,
That
but
is the
that's
work.
why we're
Yeah.
always going to have at least some time to
But
go over
actually,
the
I'm in
reading, to go
class
over any
right
questions
now.
that
Is
you might
is it?
have, so that it could be understood properly. Right? And there are acknowledgements, etc. Okay. Let me double check the syllabus, but I'm pretty sure that the creed reading, or at least the reading from the chapter, is not until next week, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. I really hope the Google Classrooms are set up so I can upload the syllabus. But yeah, last week and today pretty much was just going through the translators forward and author's introduction. From next week, you're going to start reading the book. And as I mentioned, the first 3 classes starting from next week are going to be going over the chapter of Creed. And the reading, even though it doesn't match up to how we're going to go through the material in our Creed class, inshallah, it will be informative. There's a style of writing that you're going to be introduced to, and I'll point out why authors phrase things in certain ways and what are they referring to. Oftentimes, the length of a book could be very deceptive. The length of a book could be very deceptive because short books, generally speaking, and this is kind of the norm, if you look at quote unquote textbooks that were put together or books that were used as textbooks, they were often short because the explanation of it was not in the book, it was on the teacher. So when a text would be studied, the teacher would be the one that would expand on all of the concepts that weren't being understood or that can't be understood just by reading the book itself. And it was also short enough that you could memorize it, right? So long books were generally commentaries and books that required the length that it was, for example, a tafsir text, right? But in many subjects like grammar, like aqidah and tajweed, so on and so forth, you'll find a lot of texts that are, for example, written as poems. They're written as poems because poems are easy to memorize, right? They're written in a very condensed way because the idea was that you would go over it with the teacher. So when you start reading through the Islamic Creed chapter next week, inshallah, you'll notice that sometimes even sections of sentences are just referring to larger discussions that have to be explained, right? Any questions before we get into the questions in the chat? How do we access the book if we're online? So you can either purchase a physical copy from IOK and ask Sister Sarah if they can ship it to you if you're not close by. If you are close by, you can come by and pick up the physical copy, or you can just order it on Amazon. If you Google it, I'm pretty sure a PDF of Ascent to Felicity will come up, right? And it's up to you. Some people would find the physical copy easier, especially to write notes on, things like that. But if PDF is easier for you to use, I do have one. I'll post it in the classroom chat, inshallah, after class. Right. Any other questions before we get started with slides for today? Yes.
So just to clarify, on Fridays, will we be continuing off of the Creed lessons on Thursdays, or will they be separate?
Yeah, at least for the next 3 weeks, inshallah, we'll kind of double our creep classes so that inshallah we can finish it ahead of schedule. As it is, we're one class behind already because last week's slides weren't finished. So we have to finish that tomorrow before we can actually get started with number 2. But hopefully it evens out over the next 3 Thursdays and Fridays, inshallah. And yeah. Right. Okay. On our theme. So again, a reminder that you should be writing simply because it'll keep you focused. And you won't be falling asleep. So the purpose of me sharing the slides, for example, is not so that you could not write in class, but so that you could check your notes if you feel like you've missed out on writing something. And if you end up missing class for any reason, at the very least, you'll be able to catch up on writing the notes, right? So last week we talked about introduction to fiqh, what it is, what do we study when it comes to Islamic law, and the definition pretty much included what it needed to include and excluded what it doesn't. So fiqh is basically what we would call practical legal rulings, things that are practiced, right? And generally speaking, when you start off the study of fiqh, you start off with, alrighty, you're gonna start off with ibadat. You're gonna start off with rules of worship, because that's the most important, before you move on into what we call social dealings, business transactions, government rules, and so on and so forth, right? So when you're introduced to any subject, the question that should come to your mind is, where did this start? Okay. And this is part of what we call the mabadi. It's kind of what we call the preliminary information about any subject, which is, where did it start from? Who was the quote unquote founder of the field, if there's any such thing? What's the benefit of it? And what does the Sharia say about studying, right? Because not every quote unquote science or field of knowledge is necessary for you to know or permissible for you to study, like astrology and things like that, right? So where did fiqh begin, right? What's the history of it? How did it develop? I think a lot of people, when they look at, you know, say for example, a madhab, when they look at a school of thought, they think of it as something that just kind of came up over time without having any connection to the quote unquote Salaf, without having any connection to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam or to the companions radiallahu ta'ala anhum. But that's not the case, right? What we do find is that fiqh is something that has a very clear connection from the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the companions, right? So if you actually look at the history of it, you will see that the Sahaba practiced what eventually became known as the madahib, right? So the madahib were not spontaneous developments, right? I mentioned this over and over last week. When we talk about the Hanafi school, we're not talking about the product of just one person. We're not talking about the research of just one individual. We're not talking about the opinions of one scholar, but rather it is the summarizations of debates and discussions of an entire council, right? A council of scholars who had experts or who were experts in various fields, And yes, you can say that one person kind of quote unquote spearheaded the project, right? But again, when we talk about codification, when we talk about standardization, in any field whatsoever, no one starts with the purpose of standardizing the field, because their goal might be simply to have some structure, right? If you were to think of, you know, a field like philosophy, for example, you're not going to say every philosopher of ancient times, pre-modern times, modern times, set out with creating a new field, right? If their philosophy became known as a particular subfield, it was because it developed organically in conversation with another type of philosophy. Does that make sense? No one starts off by saying, I'm going to create a new field. It's simply their own deliberations leads to different conclusions, right? When you have the works of the Greeks studied, yes, there's a Western bias to it, but no one thinks of it as quote unquote the end all be all of philosophy, or basically something that stands on its own without it being developed further later, because people always based their works off of previous generations, right? And this is regardless of the field that you look at. So it's not something that any person, any jurist decided to do on their own, right? And it was something that was found from the companions radiallahu ta'ala anhum. And the gradual development of the entire field, starting from the Sahaba until today, it simply follows the evolution of any science, right? Any science develops over time, and they will be adding to itself whatever is new, right? They will be adding to itself whatever is new. So if you have to just think about physics, if you have to think about mathematics, the type of research that physicists were able to do because of technology versus pre-technology, when it was just based on pure mathematics, right? It changes over time, right? So when we think of the methodologies, the arguments, the kind of approach to fiqh, that wasn't set in stone from day one. You had what we would call the prototypes, right? You had inklings of it, but when you think about legal theory came after the fiqh. Does that make sense? The theory of fiqh came after the fiqh. And yes, you can argue that some of it came from the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but if you were to pick up the book, for example, that we go over in year 3, all of those concepts, the way they are defined, came to be defined that way much later, okay? So again, we cannot think of it as Imam Abu Hanifa sitting and thinking to himself, okay, there's the fiqh, I need to have a specific approach to it. This is my methodology for extracting evidence, so on and so forth, and this is what I'm gonna call it. All of those things just got more and more details over time. All right. So if you had to highlight any point from the slide, it would be the first 2. There's a clear connection of the development and the start of the science from the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it did not develop spontaneously, right? It was the product of generations worth of effort. And you can argue that it's still continuing today, because whenever you think of fatwa councils, whenever you think about associations of scholars, specifically on the global level, all of it is an evolution of fiqh. Does that make sense? Okay. So when you think about the history of anything, and if you again think about the history of any field that you are familiar with, there's always phases, right? Because every generation kind of focused on one thing or the other. Not every generation, quote unquote, did exactly the same thing as the previous generation. And what is the biggest factor for the change in any interest in any field? What's the biggest factor of change?
Maybe new demands on the ground.
New demands on the ground, okay.
Changing times, like.
Changing times. So basically history. A lot of times historical factors create new demands, and that basically puts a demand on the scholars of any field, right? If you have to think about, for example, just kind of modern day weaponry, the intersection of capitalism, warfare, and imperialist notions kind of put the demand on the development of weapons, right? Just as one example of many. So when it comes to fiqh, there are phases, right? We're not going to say that everything is linear. We're not going to say everything was basically A to Z and that it never changed, but it did. And even though we see a clear connection of fiqh from the companions, clearly they learned it from the Prophet ﷺ, which is why when we think about the development of fiqh, we say that it happened over 4 primary phases. Primary phases, because if you had to break it down further, you definitely have more, especially if you had to look at the development of fiqh through a particular school and the literature of that particular school, and even the sub-literature of that particular school. So say, for example, if you had to think about the development, historical development of legal theory within the Hanafi school, there's a timeline. There's a timeline of what are considered the prototypical works versus the classical works, so on and so forth, right? So when it comes to fiqh, development can very, very largely be divided into 4 distinct periods of time. Interestingly enough, the first 3 is going to come up in some way, shape, or form. Definitely the first 2 is going to come up in some way, shape, or form when it comes to the preservation history of the Quran, which you are going to find in your Sciences of the Quran class with Sheikh Tariq. And when you go over the history of the preservation of hadith, when you go over the history of the preservation of hadith in Sheikh Mudassir's class, you're also going to find almost the same type of timeline. Because for us, everything starts from the time of the Prophet ﷺ. Even in Creed, we're going to find a very similar timeline because the source of every science is the Quran and Hadith. So if you had to look at the genesis, the starting point of any science, and if any science is based on the Quran and or Hadith, it's definitely going to start from the time of the Prophet ﷺ, right? Because he was the recipient of revelation. So the era of the Prophet ﷺ, number 1. Number 2, the era of the Khulafa Rashidun. So very specifically, not all of the companions, but we're looking at the era of the 4 Khulafa. And the reason why we're going to look at them specifically is because they were the ones that ultimately had to make the decisions in consultation with the other companions, right? So if you had to think of it, almost 2.5. So Number 3 is companions and successors, elder successors. They obviously didn't see the Prophet. So if you took them out, you can say that 1, 2, and half of 3 is pretty much one timeline, right? Because they're all Sahaba because they saw the Prophet. So what's the difference between the first and second one?
First, the son's alive in the first and the second.
Exactly. That makes a huge difference, right? That makes a huge difference. And that's basically the starting point of when the Sahaba, radiallahu anhum, had to basically think, discuss, and decide on their own without having the recourse that they had when the Prophet was still alive, which is to verify, right? Did we do anything right? Did we do anything wrong? So that's the biggest difference. And then, of course, after the Khulafa Rashidun, you have the era of kings. Basically, you have the era of dynasties, right? So Umayyads onward, even though within the Umayyads you still had the Sahaba, right? Muawiyah radiallahu ta'ala anhu, and there were other Sahaba alive at the same time. There is a distinction because, again, historical factors are going to play a big role. And number 4 is era of codification. Now, era of codification is not just one time period, because era of codification itself has multiple stages, because again, you don't codify everything from day one. It's just not possible. The process usually gets started by one generation, then it finishes maybe a couple of generations later. So we're not going to go into that much detail, but to kind of give you an idea that codification itself is considered its own time period. And if you had to dive deeper, you'll find like multiple strands, because by then you definitely have discussions regarding methodologies of fiqh. You have discussions regarding the philosophical approach, which is what we'll talk about in a bit. And again, what you will find to be interesting is many of those things existed in some way, shape, or form from the time of the Sahaba, right? Because the Sahaba all thought differently, right? And that inevitably will lead to different approaches, right? So if we had to isolate one phase of these 4 to be the most important, it would be which one?
The most important for us, or the most
No,
important
overall,
for
most
one,
important. Or the Prophet. Because without the Prophet, you don't have anything, right? Without the Prophet, you don't have anything. So that's where we start from, because everything starts from the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? So this is something that you'll do in more detail in your Ulum al-Quran, in Sciences of the Quran class. And specifically in the chapter of Revelation, right? And what we call the Meccan phase, Medinan phase, as I mentioned here, right? So revelation of the Quran lasted for an entire 23 years, which is pretty much the entire mission of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? So the Prophet was in Mecca for 13 years before doing Hijrah, and then was in Medina for about 10 years before he passed away. So a total of 23 years of revelation of the entire Quran. The entire Quran was not revealed at once, right? But rather piece by piece, according to the needs of the time, for various reasons, again, which you'll come across in your class. It lasted the entire mission of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So it's a lot of material, but what you'll find interesting is that majority of the Quran is, majority of the Quran does not, or is not comprised of legal rulings. That's a part of it, and we can argue it's one of the smaller parts of it, right? Majority of the Quran focuses on themes, right? It focuses on principles focuses on the most important things that the believer should keep in mind. And what you find when you look at Revelation over the course of 23 years, there's a difference in the themes and topics of the first 13 years versus the next 10 years, right? So what we call the Meccan phase versus the Medinan phase, right? So the Meccan phase is not just what was revealed geographically in Mecca. It's called Meccan phase because it is divided by migration. So anything before migration is called Meccan, even though it was revealed outside of Mecca elsewhere. And then Medinan phase is basically anything that was revealed after migration, even though it was revealed in Mecca, for example. So it's not to do with geography, but rather to do with the timeline of the Prophet ﷺ seerah, right? It's one of the reasons why the seerah is so important, because it gives us context, right? Really, really helps us understand certain details that might not be apparent in a verse, right? So the Prophet ﷺ's mission lasted the entire 23 years, and you had revelation happening the entire 23 years. And the revelation that happened over the course of 23 years also differed in the particulars, right? So emphasis on Tawheed, on the hereafter, on taqwa, on being steadfast, all of those themes are constant, right? They're throughout. However, if you again just think about the seerah, in Mecca, the demands of the community was different because they were what we would call quote unquote a minority, right? They were a minority, they were under the control and the rule of the Quraysh, right? They didn't have any quote unquote autonomy, right? We're using modern terminology, but modern terminology in and of itself sometimes is problematic because it has a lot of baggage with it, right? Which models what we are trying to say. But generally speaking, in Mecca, the concerns of the community was very different than what happened to be the concerns of the community in Medina. Something that we'll look at when we go over our Sirah class, inshallah, in the spring. So in Mecca, generally the revelation focused on what we would call principles, right? So 3 principles in particular. You'll come across this again in your Science of the Quran class. In Mecca, generally speaking, you had a focus on Tawheed, oneness of Allah, right? And explanation of who Allah is. Because for the Meccans, they weren't entirely unaware of Allah, right? They were pagans, meaning they had a pantheon. In that pantheon, they had Allah, but then they also had idols, which means that their definition of Allah was corrupt. Their definition of Allah, their understanding of Allah was corrupt, and revelation was sent to correct that misunderstanding, right? So overwhelmingly focuses on, for example, the attributes of Allah, the independence of Allah, the fact that Allah does not need others to help him, right? The fact that Allah is in complete control, which means that your worship of idols makes no sense, right? And of course, the fact that Allah is one. Question? Yeah.
What other prophets that he was living before he was
Well, the Prophet was in Mecca.
so what was he was believing like?
So our aqidah for all of the prophets is that even though they were given revelation later in life, they never did shirk. So from the seerah, we find that the Prophet ﷺ was always uncomfortable with the idea of shirk because of what he saw from his people. And, you know, in terms of following the fitrah of every person is to be like Ibrahim alayhi salam, right? Which is Hanif, which is to worship only Allah. So some form of that was present, and we don't say that the Prophet engaged in anything that his people did, and it's one of the reasons why he was so concerned about his people, because he knew it was wrong, and eventually he received revelation, right? So the Meccan phase focuses on oneness of Allah, focuses on prophethood, right? So confirming, affirming the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam being sent as a prophet by Allah, that you are a prophet of Allah, that there were prophets before you that were also sent to their people, and their people had also rejected them, so on and so forth. And number three, the hereafter, the fact that there is a day of accountability, right? So generally, these three things are the dominant themes of Meccan verses, Meccan surahs, right? So Tawheed, Nubuwwah, which is prophethood, and Akhirah, the hereafter, okay? In Medina, you started having more and more details, more and more particulars, because the concerns and demands of the community were now different. The Sahaba and the Prophet ﷺ were in a place where they could live under the rules of the Sharia, where they were quote unquote in control of their own city and their own people, and there was a necessity of rules and regulations, right? So a lot of the fiqh that we learn are from the Medinan phase, whether it's verses of the Quran, hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. A lot of it is from the Medinan phase, right? Not to mean that they didn't exist in Mecca. They prayed Salah in Mecca, but it didn't become an obligation 5 times a day until the tail end of the Meccan phase, which was after Mi'raj, right? Even though they were praying Salah the entire time. There was encouragement of Sadaqah, but Zakah came to be in Medina. There was an encouragement of fasting, but that also, you can argue, came to be in Medina. Hajj came way after, when they were actually able to come back to Mecca securely, freely, so on and so forth, right? So majority of the revelation that had to do with legal rulings came in Medina. So these are what we call particulars. And obviously, of the 4 phases, as I mentioned, this is the most important phase because of revelation, because that's what all of our legal rulings are based on, right? Now, everything that needed to be revealed was revealed during this time. So 23 years of revelation, anything that you needed to have, any base material, basically, that you needed to have was given during this time. And it was given during this time because the Prophet ﷺ was the only one who could actually receive revelation, right? He was the recipient of revelation. And the purpose of Allah always pairing revelation with a person, because revelation never came without a person, right? Revelation never came without a person. A prophet was never sent without revelation, because they go hand in hand, right? And the purpose of having a prophet explain the revelation is because revelation needed explaining, or at least some of it needed explaining, right? Allah is one, doesn't need explanation. There is a hereafter, doesn't need explanation. There is consequences and rewards for your actions, that doesn't need explanation. But how do you pray? That needs explanation. Does that make sense? So anything that needed to be revealed during the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ was revealed, because A, only the Prophet could actually receive revelation, and B, the purpose of revelation is to be a source of guidance. And the fact that the Prophet was the last prophet and that there will be no prophet after him meant that the entire revelation given to the Prophet was to be the foundation for all guidance until the day of judgment. Does that make sense? So everything that needs to be revealed was revealed at this time. Why is this being highlighted? Because we cannot say that the Quran doesn't talk about something or doesn't indicate to something, right? When you actually go into legal theory, you'll find that a lot of legal principles, right, are based on verses of the Quran. If they're not based on verses of the Quran, they are based on hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, or practices of the Prophet ﷺ, or practices of the companions who are the students of the Prophet ﷺ. Does that make sense? So everything still connects back to the original era. So Allah revealed the lawgiver, right? The lawgiver is Allah. Allah revealed the Quran, and the Prophet ﷺ explained it, and his explanation is what we call the hadith. Does that make sense? So in this time, there is no such thing as fiqh, as a science, as a field. Because what did the Sahaba do? They learned from the Prophet. They copied the Prophet because the Prophet said, do as I do. And that's it. If they had any questions, they asked the Prophet. There was no need to have a quote unquote separate science, just like how hadith of the Prophet ﷺ came to be in a formulaic, in a standardized fashion later on. But during the time of the Sahaba, the hadith of the Prophet is simply what they heard from the Prophet as explanations of revelation. Make sense? Yeah.
So basically, let's say like one of the companions saw the Prophet and praying one way, let's say with his hands down, and another companion saw him at another time praying, like, you know, like the other, like the way you. Do both companions automatically know that, like, they took that? Does one know that the other one?
The differences between the companions were well known.
Oh, like everyone knew that. Like,
Yeah.
they're not gonna make.
So later on, when it came down to choosing, quote unquote, choosing a mode of practice over another, the jurists basically had to find explanations of the hadith. That, okay, if you have two authentic hadith that describe the Prophet doing the same action in two different ways, how do you choose one over the other? And you have evidence of the Sahaba doing both. So you give preference to one over the other by either figuring out a timeline that the Prophet maybe did this first and then he did this later. So what you take as definitive is what he did later. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then other times, explanation might be that the Prophet did it this way only one time to kind of show a demonstration, as a demonstration. And then the other was the default.
Both are valid.
Yeah. And again, it would come down to how authentic the sources are. So that usually is the hadith itself, right?
Chef, I have a
And
question.
yeah, every madhab has a particular standard when it comes to how to use hadith, right?
He can't hear us.
How
You might
much,
want to put it in the chat.
how authentic a hadith needs to be in order to use it as a source of evidence. So you have it as a spectrum. Some are more cautious than others, but everybody utilizes hadith. Everybody's utilizing what we call the amal, the practice of the companions, right? So at this time, you do have the Sahaba just practicing, and if they had questions, they just talked to the Prophet ﷺ, right? On a side note, and this is something that'll come up in your Ulum al-Quran class, why don't we just say both ways are valid? We do say both ways are valid, but if you had to choose one, there is an explanation for why you're choosing one over the other. Again, none of the madhahib say that what we're doing is 100% right and everybody's 100% wrong. It's more so, which one is afdal? Which one is the better way of going about something? What's the best way to do something? So some choose one practice, which might be raising your hands more than once in salah, and others just choose the one where it's only done in the beginning. So a lot of times the differences within the madhahib are down to what we call afdaliyya. What's better to do, right? what's better to do, and what was the more preferred practice of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Sometimes you might have an indication for it, sometimes you might not. And a lot of times it's just based on what the Sahaba themselves were actually doing. Because they are your best sources. They were the ones who saw the Prophet firsthand, which means that if they followed the Prophet, you followed them, and by following them, you would end up following the Prophet. Making sense? Okay. So the era of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or at least this particular phase, had these features, right? What did fiqh basically look like? What did fiqh look like during this time? Number one, as I mentioned, it was unique because it was just observed and practiced, right? The Sahaba, for example, didn't have definitions like what we have, like mustahab, sunnah, fard, wajib, and all of those things that developed organically over time. Because for the Sahaba, anything that the Prophet does, I'm going to try to do it. I'm not going to question whether I have to do this or not. Does that make sense? Yeah, there are hadith where the Bedouin would come and say, if I only did these 5 things, will I go to Jannah? And the Prophet said, yeah, you'll go to Jannah. It's the 5 pillars, obligations. But you don't have hadith where the Sahaba were like, Ya Rasulullah, is this optional? Or is this obligated? Does that make sense? So we're going to go over those definitions in a couple of weeks when we actually get started with the chapter of purification. So legal values such as fard, wajib, sunnah, sunnah mu'akkada, sunnah ghayr mu'akkada, mustahab, mandub, nafal, makruh, makruh tahrimi, makruh tanzihi, haram. Where did all of these definitions come from? Those definitions were basically labels that came retroactively. And whatever they're based on already existed. But you kind of see the differences when you notice that one thing was mentioned as an obligation and one thing was mentioned as a sunnah or option. So you're not going to, for example, say that praying dhuhr is the same level as doing miswak, as using a miswak, right? But at the time of the Sahaba, they didn't think like that because anything that the Prophet did, I'm going to try to do it, right? So it was all observed and practiced, right? So the Prophet, when he says, Sallu kama ra'aytumuni yusalli, that pray as you see me pray, it was a directive in the sense that if you have to learn, just watch me, right? Which is why sometimes explanations of, for example, like raising of the hands, one of the explanations that's given is that the Prophet was doing it to indicate to the people standing behind him that it's time to go to the next part of the salah, for instance, right? It's a potential explanation, might be wrong, but you know, that's the job of the jurist, right? So revelation came down over a period of 23 years, and gradual revelation meant gradual implementation. Not everything was fard from day one because not everything was sent down from day one. Okay, so gradual revelation meant gradual implementation. You're going to go over that in your Ulum al-Quran class as well. There's a lot of wisdom behind why revelation was stretched out over a period of 23 years. And this is one of them. If the entirety of the Sharia had to come down on day one, it would have been extremely difficult because it means all of that is an obligation upon you from day one. It's one of the reasons why when children are growing up, and you find this in the hadith, when children are growing up, you start getting them used to the fara'id. You start having them pray, you start having them do practice fast and things like that. Why? Because once they hit puberty, all of those things become an obligation at the same time. So a child who never prayed, never fasted, doesn't know what's happening, is now suddenly being told you got to fast, you got to wake up, you got to pray. They have no practice, right? So gradual implementation is one of the wisdoms of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that it allowed the people to adjust to the Sharia, right? Yes. So that's one of the things that every community has to be cautious of, that when people accept Islam and they are starting to practice, you get them practicing from the obligations, and even in the obligations you prioritize. A lot of times people have this thing that they have to know everything from day one, right? It's not possible. Even Muslims who are born into the religion don't know everything, right? So what do you, for example, highlight from the get-go? If Ramadan is not around the corner, don't like try to teach them the fiqh of fasting. That's going to come up later. You can talk about it, but they don't have to know every detail. You don't have to tell them about Hajj. You don't have to tell them about zakat, right? But from the get-go, they have to know the rules of tahara. They need to know how to keep themselves clean and pure, which means knowing how to make wudu and knowing how to take the obligatory shower, right? And then at least being aware of the fact that there are 5 daily prayers, and then there are these motions in prayer. You get them used to the practice of just going through the steps, right? And then you start teaching them the small du'as, the tasbihat, things like that. If they want to read off of a piece of paper, yeah, let them do that until they memorize it. When it comes to memorizing surah, start with Fatiha, because Fatiha is the most necessary to know. Just gradual implementation, right? So if you have to actually like pin down what a person should know from day one, the very, very, very base rules of purification, and the fact that there is something called 5 daily prayers, and then dietary laws, right? Like, yeah, you shouldn't eat pork, you shouldn't drink alcohol, and yeah, there are some dietary restrictions. They'll make a mistake here and there, they might not know, which is fine, but you let them know. And then, things like, we don't take interest and so on and so forth, just to be on the safe side. That's it. Because if you have to think about what are they going to be doing, or at least what's going to be the most immediately relevant to them, sometimes it's just those things. And again, that'll even differ from person to person, because some people, they might take the shahada, but they still have questions about the nature of Allah. They might have questions about the Day of Judgment. They might still have questions about Islam being the only source of salvation, right? They might have questions about Jannah, Jahannam, eternal punishment. You focus on those because those are the foundational questions that need to be answered, right? So yeah, it'll again differ from person to person, but you don't overwhelm someone with like all of the details, right? Like, you got to do this, you got to do that, change your name, change your clothing, throw out your entire wardrobe, right? It happens, right? And I'll say that for the most part, it happens with good intentions, but good intentions can be detrimental sometimes if it's not done with tact, right? Yeah. So gradual revelation simply means gradual implementation of the entire corpus of fiqh. Now, ijtihad means coming to a conclusion on your own, which is what the jurists did later, right? Ijtihad, yes, it is linguistically connected to the word jihad, right? So ijtihad means kind of like deduction, based on your best efforts. Now, ijtihad during this phase by the Prophet and the companions was different. What it meant was, if the Prophet ﷺ did something, the Prophet ﷺ could be corrected by Allah, because he's the recipient of revelation, right? So if the Prophet did something, then the Prophet would either be confirmed or corrected by Allah. If the Sahaba did something, they would just ask the Prophet, did we do something right or did we do something wrong? So their ijtihad is not going to be like the ijtihad of the jurists later, because the jurists later didn't have a way to quote unquote check their answer. Does that make sense? It's an answer, it's a conclusion that they came up with, you know, based on their best efforts, but there's no way to verify, double check. But the Sahaba and the Prophet ﷺ did, because the conduit of revelation was still open. So in this time, during the lifetime of the Prophet, legislation, right, of any kind, on any part of life, was on what we call the recited revelation, which is the Quran, and the non-recited revelation, which is the Sunnah, right? This is something that you will do in Sciences of the Hadith class, right? So Allah in the Quran says, وَمَا يَنْتِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ. The Prophet does not speak from his own desire, but only through revelation that is sent to him. So, which means the Hadith is a type of revelation. Does that make sense? The Hadith is a type of revelation, but you distinguish it from the Quran in many ways, because A, the Hadith are the words of the Prophet ﷺ, and the Quran are the words of Allah, right? And this is one classical way of distinguishing between the two, what we call wahi matlu, recited revelation. So the Quran is recited in Salah, outside of Salah. However, the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ is not recited the same way. We read it, but we don't recite it. Does that make sense? So the entirety of the Sharia at the time of the Prophet was based on the Quran and the Sunnah. And when we say Sunnah, this is going to come up in your Ulumul Hadith class. Sunnah and Hadith are sometimes used as synonyms, but they're not. Sunnah is a broader umbrella term. So Sunnah is a broader term that includes Hadith under it. Does that make sense? Because usually when we say Hadith, we typically mean something that the Prophet said, or a description of what the Prophet did, versus the Sunnah, which is everything, including all of that. So the Sahaba based their practice off of what they saw the Prophet doing, which is basically the Sunnah of the Prophet, which includes what he also said. Does that make sense? Okay, any questions so far? Yes, no? Understanding? Okay. Yes.
Could you clarify the point on Hadith being a type of revelation in the time? So we wouldn't call it like indirect revelation, right? That's not accurate.
In a way it is, in the sense that what the Prophet said was always within the parameters of the will of Allah. So even the Prophet's words were basically directed by Allah, was guided by Allah. So what the Prophet said or did was always in accordance to the will of Allah. And if the Prophet said something, quote unquote, independently, it was either confirmed or corrected by Allah. So all Hadith is taken to be as a source of the Sharia because it's considered a type of revelation, in the sense that it was always verified by Allah. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. So we come to phase 2. So ijtihad. So ijtihad, so definition of ijtihad. There is a more formal definition. Ijtihad simply means a deduction based on your best efforts. So basically it is what we would call either deductive reasoning or inductive reasoning, right? It's a conclusion that you get to based on the evidences, based on your understanding of the evidences that are available to you, right? And which is what the jurists did later, and which the Prophet and the Sahaba also did. And the distinction was that the Prophet and the Sahaba were kind of corrected in real time by revelation, versus the ijtihad of later generations. Yes.
Like in the Usul al-Fiqh, ijtihad isn't like the source, it's like the end result after your analysis.
Yeah, so ijtihad is the end result after analysis, right? Which is why no one can say my ijtihad is 100% correct, because there's no way for you to check whether your ijtihad is 100% correct. What you can say, my position is stronger based on the evidences that I'm relying on. And that's also going to be based on the source, the strengths of your evidence and so on, right? That's where legal theory comes in. But the madahib are the products of ijtihad, right? And because there's no way that you can say this is it and nothing else, all of the madahib are kind of on equal footing. Right? Okay, so the era, so this is phase 2, era of the Khulafa Rashidun, the rightly guided caliphs. So when did this start? This started after the Prophet ﷺ passed away in the year 11th after Hijrah. And it continued until about 40 after Hijrah. So the Rashidun era was about 30 years, if not exactly 30 years, after the Prophet ﷺ passed away, right? So Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu was about 2 years, Umar radiallahu anhu was about 10 years, Uthman radiallahu anhu was about 12 years, Ali radiallahu anhu was about 5.5 years. Who's the unofficial fifth Khulafa Rashidun? Hassan radiallahu anhu, for about 6 months before what we call abdicated, right? So you had basically 30 years, and that's also actually based on a hadith of the Prophet where he said that there will be the era of the Khulafa for 30 years before it becomes dynasties, right? And Hassan radiallahu anhu kind of taking up the mantle for about 6 months before leaving it fulfills that, right? So about 30 years. So during this time, in addition to the Quran and Sunnah, which are obviously the two most important sources of the Sharia, we also have 2 other sources that developed naturally. Okay. And if you actually have to, if you look into the definition of these 2, ijma' and ra'i, or ra'i, basically you find the jurists using verses of the Quran to kind of give a foundation to these, right? So you have 2 new sources that naturally developed, and we're going to talk about how they naturally developed or what will be the reason for it. The first is what we call ijma', right? Ijma' means consensus, right? And this becomes a source for the production of new legal rulings, although historically speaking, the ijma' that happened during the time of the Sahaba, wasn't really replicated, or you weren't able to really replicate actual consensus in the later generations, which meant that the definition of consensus has also changed over time. But generally speaking, it's like majority, kind of, right? Majority opinion. Okay, and there's a reason for it. There's a justification for something like this, because the Prophet ﷺ said, "My ummah will never agree upon falsehood," which means falsehood will always be a minority opinion, right? So ijma', consensus, and then ra'i. So ra'i basically is independent opinion, and that is the prototype that eventually becomes what we call analogical deduction, qiyas, right? That'll come up again later, don't worry about it, right? Simply means that when you had a process of elimination of sources of evidence and you needed to come up with a legal ruling, what are you left with when you have nothing else? You have your own opinion, and your own opinion is still based on your understanding of the source material before, right? So this is something that, inshallah, if you're continuing, you get to year 3 and you do Usul al-Fiqh, one thing you'll notice is that sources 3 and 4 are only valid if they are based on sources 1 and 2, or 1 or 2. So you can't have consensus of scholars if it has no basis in the Quran. That doesn't matter. You can't have an independent opinion that has no connection to the Sharia. It doesn't matter how smart you are, how well thought out your opinion is, or what you feel is the right thing to do. It still has to be rooted in some way, shape, or form in the Quran and Sunnah. So even consensus and opinion, even though they were considered 2 new sources, they themselves were always still tied to the Quran and Sunnah. Make sense? Yes, the slideshow, the slides will be uploaded to Google Classroom when it's set up. Last year and the year before, I had it on Sycamore. And that was a little problematic, which is why I'm waiting for the Google Classroom. Yes.
You said the era of ijma changed?
The definition.
Or the nature of ijma changed?
Yeah, because, yeah.
Did it end with the end of the 4th era, or did it kind of continue?
No, so consensus as a source of Sharia continued throughout the generations, but the way it took place in the time of the Sahaba, many of the scholars say that it wasn't possible to replicate it in that exact way in the later generations. So if all of the Sahaba agreed on something, it didn't mean that all of the jurists had to also agree. It could simply be majority of the jurists agreed on an issue. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and so does it go up until today? Okay.
Yeah. So for example, some are of the opinion that a form of consensus would be like an international body of scholars. Does that make sense? Or like a fatwa council, for example, right? It's a type of consensus. Okay. So these 2 new sources, ijma and rai, they're based on the methodology that the Prophet ﷺ had approved for Mu'adh radiallahu ta'ala anhu. We're gonna come across that on the next slide. So the Prophet ﷺ, when he sent Mu'adh radiallahu anhu as basically the governor of Yemen, he coached him. What are you going to do, and how are you going to come to your conclusions? And the way Mu'adh radiallahu anhu basically had a systematic way of thinking, right? That if it's not this, then it's this. If it's not this, then this. Then the Prophet approved of that method. And based on that method, we could say that we have these new sources validated by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Right? So ijtihad is basically the process of you extracting from the source material, and your opinion is the result of your analysis. Does that make sense? Okay. Any questions so far? Okay. So you don't have to write this because it's a lot, but let's read through it. You can kind of take some, quick notes. So this is a very famous narration that, again, puts together how the Sahaba thought about legal issues, specifically after the Prophet ﷺ passed away. So this is not Mu'adh radiallahu ta'ala anhu's narration. I think that one comes up on a different slide. So this is narrated by Maymun ibn Mihran when he summarized Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu's methodology of arriving at legal judgments. So whenever a dispute was referred to him, so this is when Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu is Khalifa. So he is the one who has to decide because he is the leader of the community. So when a dispute was referred to him, Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu used to look in the Quran. If he found something according to which he could pass a judgment, he would do so. If he could not find a solution in the Quran, but remembered some relevant aspect of the Prophet's Sunnah, he would judge according to that. if he could find nothing in the Sunnah, he would go and say to the Muslims, such and such a dispute has been referred to me. Do any of you know anything in the Prophet's Sunnah according to which judgment may be passed? So he didn't assume that I don't know anything, so nothing exists in the Sunnah. Because he's very well aware that there are Sahaba who are basically the kind of jurists of them. So he would actually go and say, does anybody else know anything that I might not know of? All right, or have an answer. If someone was able to answer his question and provide relevant information, Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu would say, praise be to Allah who has enabled some of us to remember what they have learned from our Prophet. So he would take counsel. So Quran first, and then the Sunnah. If he could not find any solution in the Sunnah, then he would gather the leaders and elite of the people and consult with them. If they agreed on a matter, then he passed judgment on that basis. This is ijma'. This is consensus. Does that make sense? So again, elite of the people and consulting with them. So before you're like, oh, that's elitist, it's not democratic. Fiqh is not a democracy, right? You know, fiqh doesn't care about your feelings. You can be hurt and nobody consulted you, that's fine. You can stay hurt, right? Because it depended on who had the expertise of it, right? So the Sahaba would be consulted based on their expertise. It wasn't a community-wide matter. So he would only put together the leaders and the elite of the Sahaba who would actually have knowledge of it, and based on whatever everyone decided, judgment would be based on that. No, ijtihad is basically what we call the process of reaching a conclusion. Ijma' is what we mean by having a group of people agree on what should be the answer, what we call consensus. Ijma'. So ijtihad is process. So ijma' is a type of ijtihad because it's a process that allows you to get to an answer, right?
So when you would ask Quran, is it also because, or what you're saying, it's because he knows that there are other companions who might have had experiences that he doesn't, is not
Yeah.
with the Prophet.
Or basically insights, right? Because he was a Sahaba longer than majority of the Sahaba, right? But he never took it as just because I had the most, hours or the most time as a companion logged in, I know everything there is to know. Because, for example, some of the great Mufassirin of the Sahaba were some of the younger ones. Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu was known as Ra'isul Mufassirin, the leader of the Mufassirin, even though he was one of the quote-unquote junior companions, right? So it wasn't necessarily about someone knowing information that he didn't, but having insights that he perhaps didn't, right? So he would gather the leaders and whoever needed to be consulted, and he would present problem to them. If they agreed, then he would pass judgment on that basis, and that's what we call ijma'. That didn't need to happen during the time of the Prophet, because the Prophet was the one who decided, right? So the question is, once something was decided, was it shared with the entire community, or was it, unique to the individual? So two parts to the question. Number one, if it's a community-wide matter, it would be shared to the community. Otherwise, it would be shared to the individual. Number two, when it came to methodology influencing other companions, you have to think about which companions were actually being consulted, right? So companions who were the kind of the jurists among themselves, right? They were the ones who would influence other companions and also their students, and then they would influence their students. So the kind of methodology of a particular companion or a group of companions would just pass on because they would teach it to others. Right? Some of it will come up today also, inshallah. Yes.
So is this whole process considered ijtihad or just?
So the Quran is Quran, right? So basing something on the Quran is a type of ijtihad, yes, right? And it's also dependent on whether the verse is a clear-cut reference to your issue, or it's indicating to it and you're kind of extracting a ruling based on that indication. That's where legal theory comes in, because you're not going to have a verse of the Quran that says, don't do XYZ when XYZ wasn't even in existence during the time of the Prophet. But there's a principle that you can use to apply it to. So one of the most common ones is, drugs that became prevalent over time. How do we consider that to be permissible? Because we use basically intoxication as a common factor, which is found in alcohol, or which is found in khamr, which is outlawed. So you kind of use that ruling to say this one is also impermissible because it shares the features of that. Right? That's what we call qiyas, or analogical deduction, or opinion. And that also developed over time.
But if, for example, he was looking for a ruling and it was very clear cut in the Quran, then that's not ijtihad because it was.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a process of ijtihad because you're still trying to find an answer, right? So ijtihad could be you basing your answer on the most clear-cut source of evidence to the most, couple of steps, logical leaps of conclusion type of evidence.
So it's just a process of searching for evidence to reach a conclusion.
Yeah. Right. So if the Quran, then the Quran. If not the Quran, then the Sunnah. If not the Sunnah, then what we call consensus. If not even that, if none of the above resulted in a satisfactory answer, he would do ijtihad. Right. So usually when we use the word ijtihad, we mean when you're doing it based on your own opinion and understanding, and you are trying to root it in another source of evidence. So he would do ijtihad and form his own opinion. And when he would do so, he would say, this is my opinion. If it is correct, it is from Allah. If it is wrong, then it is from me, and I seek forgiveness from Allah. Make sense?
You know, when you do ijtihad, you would not be using like the Sunnah or the Quran. You would just be like
So again, you have to keep in mind that even though it's not set out right, ijtihad, even from the time of the Sahaba, was within the parameters set by the Quran and Sunnah. So say, for example, if a person is faced with an issue that has no indication whatsoever, you can still base it on principles. You can still say, is it against the mandates of the Sharia? Is it going to fall into permissibility or impermissibility? So on and so forth, right?
I mean, by like candidates that they asked them how to come to this, you can't really bring a Quran and ayah over.
Well, yeah. I mean, sometimes they would base it on something that the Prophet did, and they would say because the Prophet did this, it's an indication that you could also do this.
Yes,
Right?
Ijtihad is a process of
Yes and no. So ijtihad is used in two ways. Ijtihad is basically any process that you use to reach a conclusion. So when we use it in a very specific way, we mean the fourth method, which is trying to form your own opinion in the absence of direct evidence from the Quran and Sunnah and no consensus. Right? So say, for example, so Rai is the prototype, eventually became known as qiyas, which is what we call analogical reasoning, right? So the example that I gave of alcohol, right? So you have synthetic drugs, for example. You have synthetic drugs, for example, that give you the same effect as alcohol, but there's no such thing, there's no indication of anything like that in the Quran or Sunnah or consensus from the previous generations, right? And we're not talking about things like hashish or whatever that existed basically forever, right? Because it's herbs, right? We're talking about synthetic drugs, right? So how do you reach a conclusion? You base it off of a similarity that you can find in something that already exists, right? So synthetic drugs impair judgment because they intoxicate you, and that is the same as alcoholic drinks that impair your judgment because they intoxicate you, and because they share the same factor, you're going to take the ruling of impermissibility from alcohol and apply it to synthetic drugs. Following? Okay. What about high grade pain medication that athletes usually get addicted to, like Vicodin and codeine and OxyContin and so on and so forth, right? What about that? They also intoxicate. Yeah.
So it's subject to every individual's like needs, I guess.
So it's created as a medication. It's not created as a drug. It's abused as a drug. It's kind of like huffing paint or a marker or whatever. Right? You don't say paint is impermissible. You don't say it's haram to use a marker, because misuse or abuse of something doesn't take away from the fact that it was put together or created for an original purpose that was right. So high-level pain medication are not considered the same as intoxicants because they might have the same effect, but its purpose is medication. And then that further branches off into stuff like medical marijuana, right? So yeah, it's not as simple, straightforward, because you can't just copy and paste also, right? But yeah, that's what we would call a type of ijtihad, because you're basing your opinion on an existing legal ruling based on a shared concept, based on shared factors, right? Yeah.
Can you say because?
If it becomes addicting, then it could become impermissible, right? Which is one of the reasons why it's supposed to be a controlled substance. Even though it's a medical grade substance, it's still controlled because it could be abused. Right. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, so it pretty much all goes back to all actions that by your attention. With medical
In a way, right? It's a factor, but something that you'll see later on is that the opinions of jurors were not just based on yes or no. It was also in consideration of other things. So one thing that typically comes up is, if something is technically permissible, would it be the best answer to give? Because that itself might be a gateway to other wrongs. So you kind of just shut the door. Yeah.
Some things are prohibited alcohol, and you can never use it. Some things are prohibited in certain circumstances. So
Yeah.
that's how you do it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So somebody, for example, if they had access to medical grade drugs that intoxicate, they can't just take it for a headache. Right? Because you have non-intoxicating alternatives like Tylenol, things like that, right? Okay. So Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu would consult leaders and the jurist companions. So who are they, or who were they? Some names are known, but generally speaking, in the books of fiqh, in the history of fiqh, you usually come across about 130 companions, both male and female, who are known to give fatwa. Yes. No, this is part of, so this is just expanding on who were the people that Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu would consult, right? Because you had so many. So some of them would give legal verdicts from the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam by command of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? as far as I know, no. That the Sahaba would do ijtihad, but later they found it was contrary to the Sunnah, or that it already existed, because none of their decisions would be in a vacuum. It would always be in consultation with other companions. So Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, taking the additional step to ask everyone else that, do you know of anything in the Sunnah, right? Means that I might not know, but there might be others who are aware of a better understanding of something that I might have missed, right? So you had about 130 companions who were actually known to give fatwa. Some of the most well-known, Umar bin Khattab radiallahu anhu, Ali bin Abi Talib, Abdullah bin Mas'ud, Aisha radiallahu anha, Zayd bin Thabit, Abdullah bin Abbas, Abdullah bin Umar radiallahu anhuma, and many, many more. But these are some of the most well-known. So from this particular phase onward, especially when it came to using Rai, your own independent reasoning, so inclining towards the usage of Rai or abstaining from the usage of Rai, laid the foundations of the emergence of what became known as the school of Hadith and the school of Rai. And these are even before the madahib themselves. These eventually became the madahib based on your own approach to the fiqh. Okay, so when it came to independent reasoning, for example, how much scope did you have for your own independent reasoning? For some, it was not much. For others, you could be slightly more, broader if needed. To explain it in another way, it's similar to what we call letter of the law versus spirit of the law. Does that make sense? So school of hadith is kind of like an approach of letter of the law. What does the hadith say? And not much beyond that. Or not wanting to go beyond that for fear of, kind of getting it wrong. And the school of Rai is basically like the spirit of the law. As long as you're rooted in an evidence, right? In an understanding of a source of evidence, then it's fine, okay? And you kind of see these organic developments from the Sahaba, because not every Sahaba gave fatwa the same way, right? Some were more cautious than others, and others kind of understood the needs of the time, and they said, okay, we need to be able to independently come to conclusions while still being rooted in the sources, right? You kind of have the same debates when it comes to the Constitution, right? So constitutional law scholars, for example, will always, come down to, being literalists, right? Right? People who are very, very particular about the wording of the Constitution, versus those who say the wording is simply a foundation. You just kind of take the principle and blah, 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 right? For us, it makes more sense, because when we are trying to stick to the letter of the law in the Quran is revelation, source is Allah, most perfect source. When it comes to the hadith is indirect revelation. Does that make sense? Hadith is indirect revelation. So you're trying to stick to the letter of the hadith is not a bad thing. Make sense? It's an approach of two, ways of going about thinking and coming to a conclusion. And we kind of see this from the time of the Prophet ﷺ as well, right? So I'll give you one example. I think this might come up later. So one example that's given. The Prophet ﷺ once sent a group of companions to a place, and he said, do not pray Asr on the way. Basically, don't stop to pray. On the way, the Sahaba, they realized that we're going to end up missing Salah. Some of them said the Prophet told us don't stop and pray. The others said, well, the Prophet meant that in case we got there on time. But now that we're delayed, the Prophet didn't mean miss your prayer. So some of them prayed, some of them didn't. When they came back and they asked the Prophet said, both of you were right. Like both groups were right. So you can see how something like that can be taken in two different ways. And the Sahaba from the lifetime of the Prophet approached issues differently. And again, they had the Prophet to verify for them. After the Prophet passed away, they still had the recourse of ijtihad, of independent reasoning, but now they weren't able to verify it because the Prophet is no longer alive, right? Okay. So, any questions?
How can I diet myself if there is like more than one ijtihad in a case?
You follow those who know more.
Is it the case that if I feel comfortable more with the with one of those?
Then you follow that one. And you also have to. So the istafti qalbak, the hadith of ask yourself what's the best, or ask your heart the best the best way to do something. It's partly based on having a clean heart that is based on taqwa and not your own desires, and it's also partly on ilm. If a person says, I will follow this opinion over that because I think they make more sense, why does that make more sense to you? Right? For some people, they might not know all of the evidences behind a fatwa, but it's simply because I trust this scholar more than this one. That's fine. You don't have to understand the mechanics behind why they came to that opinion, right? So even amongst the Sahaba, not everybody was giving their own fatwa. A lot of the Sahaba followed more senior companions, right? And that's typically how it happened in the later generations also. You had the scholars differ amongst themselves, but ultimately they followed a senior group of scholars. And that's like today. Like somebody might ask me what I think, right? And I'm going to base it on what I practice based on what I learned from my teacher, because I trust my teacher to know more than me. Does that make sense? So it comes down to who they sincerely believe to be qualified. And if not that, sometimes, even the fatawa themselves might say that I'm not really comfortable following this opinion. I would rather be more cautious, for example. Then that's fine. That's also another way. Okay, any questions? So 2 phases so far, basically, right? So 9:18, haven't given me a break yet. I told you guys you should tell me. We want a break. Let us go. So, okay, so 9:18, we have, okay, we'll take a 5-minute break because we still have about 6 slides left, inshallah. Right? Take a while. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So we have two phases, era of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the era of the Khulafa al-Rashidun. The main distinction between the two is the Prophet is alive, and this is after the Prophet passes away. So Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu's process is kind of emblematic of how the jurist companions would reach a conclusion. Go to the Quran. If there's nothing in the Quran, go to the Sunnah. If there's nothing in the Sunnah, then go to consensus. If there's no consensus, independent reasoning. Mu'adh radiallahu ta'ala anhu, this is going to come up later, I think. Mu'adh radiallahu anhu's hadith is the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is sending him to Yemen, and he's kind of walking alongside him as Mu'adh radiallahu anhu is on his animal, and then he asks him that how are you going to adjudicate matters between the people? So he said, I'll look into the book of Allah, and the Prophet said, what after, or what if you don't find anything? Then he said the Sunnah of the Prophet, and he said, what if you don't find anything? Then he said, I'll come to my best reason, or I'll use my independent reasoning, right? But what he meant by that was, obviously, it's still going to be based on some way, shape, or form on the Quran and Sunnah. Mu'adh radiallahu anhu obviously didn't say consensus because he's the only one there. It didn't make sense for him to say that because that's not a thing for him, right? And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, praise be to Allah, who kind of guides the messenger of Allah, right? Okay, so era number 3. This is where it starts to kind of branch off. We have the companions and the elder successors. So successor basically means the tabi'i, right? The tabi'i, by definition, are those who saw the Sahaba, right? And when we say elder successors, we are talking about the tabi'i who learned directly from the Sahaba, not just saw them, because you had many tabi'i who saw Sahaba when they were kids, right? We're talking about the direct students of the Sahaba from this generation, the tabi'i generation, right? That's why it's elder successors. So this starts from 41 after Hijri. So this is basically after the Khulafa Rashidun until the beginning of the 2nd century. Okay. So what happened after the Prophet ﷺ passed away? The Sahaba began migrating out of Medina. And this migration, resulted from where the companions migrated to during and after the time of Uthman radiallahu ta'ala anhu. So the Sahaba radiallahu anhum were the students of the Prophet. When the community's borders were expanding, especially during the time of Umar radiallahu anhu and Uthman radiallahu anhu, what was the biggest concern for the Muslims in those new lands? To teach them. Who were the teachers going to be? The Sahaba, which meant the Sahaba moved out of Medina. Not everyone, but a good majority of the Sahaba left Medina because they needed to be resources elsewhere. So the migration patterns of the Sahaba, again, organically, if you just look at Islamic history, a lot of these towns, quote unquote cities, started as what we would call garrison towns. Garrison towns are usually the towns where the army would have a base. Does that make sense? Well, the army would have a base. So the Sahaba who moved to those areas would be in those areas. They would be in those cities. And over time, those garrison towns would become the centers of academic learning, would become the centers of finance and commerce, right? Because that's where everything was, right? And again, when we think of city in the pre-modern definition, couple of thousand, couple of 100,000, right? We're not talking about millions, right? So you had the development of major centers, major cities, okay? Major centers and major cities. It's not like there weren't any more beyond these 6, there was, but these were the biggest ones, right? So in Mecca, you had, for example, Abdullah ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu as one of the most learned companions. In Medina, Abdullah ibn Umar radiallahu anhu, Mujahid ibn Jabr, Ata bin Abi Rabah. So anything that doesn't have an R, any name that doesn't have an R next to it means that they are a successor, right? So Mujahid, his name comes up very frequently. Ata bin Abi Rabah, Tawus ibn Kaysan. A lot of these individuals are direct students of the Sahaba, and they were kind of the main teachers of some of the jurists that became the founders of the madhahib later, right? This is especially true for Kufa. So Kufa in Iraq, you had Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu as the most senior companion. So Kufa became the seat of government when Ali radiallahu anhu moved the capital, quote unquote, from Medina to Kufa, right? And this was kind of the wisdom of Ali radiallahu anhu, because Uthman radiallahu anhu was assassinated in Medina, and he kind of saw the fitna that was coming in, right? So what he did was he moved the seat of the government from Medina to Kufa, resulted in many companions moving to Kufa, Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu included, although he may have moved there earlier. His direct student was Alqama, or one of his star students was Alqama al-Nakha'i. Another student of his was Aswad ibn Yazid, and another student was Ibrahim al-Nakha'i. So the second and the fourth name might look familiar because we looked at the intellectual genealogy of Abu Hanifa rahimahullah, right? So Imam Abu Hanifa's teacher was Ammad, and his teacher was Ibrahim al-Nakha'i. His teacher was Alqama, whose teacher was Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. Yeah.
So before it's not passed away, all of those companions are still in Medina.
No, they all moved out.
No.
People were moving out even before Uthman radiallahu anhu's time, because the era of expansion of the community borders was something that started from Umar radiallahu anhu's time.
So they started moving out, some of them from.
Yeah. And even from Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu's time, because Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu's time, you had the armies at the gates of Jerusalem, right?
So about their purpose of moving out was to teach.
Was to teach. So inevitably, wherever you had the senior companions settle, they settled in what were basically the major centers, right? So it's not like there weren't other cities beyond these, but these were the main ones because they had companions like them, right?
They were ordered to move. It wasn't like-
Yeah, it was part order, part self-initiative, because they realized they were the ones who had to teach, because they took the mission of the Prophet as their own. Like, we are the ones who learned from the Prophet. It's our responsibility to teach it. The Prophet in the farewell sermon in Hajjatul Wada said, "Balighu anni walau ayah," like, spread or relay from me, even if it's one verse. And the Sahaba took that to heart, and they were the ones who learned the most, and they moved to these major centers because people would come to the major centers to learn and then move back to their towns, right? And obviously all of these are closer to the peninsula because by this time, further eastern lands like Central Asia, which became Muslim lands later, had people coming through, but there weren't major centers at this time there. All right, so during the time of the Sahaba, Mecca, Medina, obviously, Kufa and Basra, both of them are in modern day Iraq, and then you have Sham, which is to the north. Sham is basically the Levant area, right? And then you have Misr, basically Egypt, right, to the west.
But was there anyone that the Prophet ﷺ actually said as well? Like,
The Prophet ﷺ said, for example, Mu'adh radiallahu anhu to Yemen, right, during his time. But again, when the Prophet was still alive, the borders of the community weren't that large, right? Even Mecca came within the community towards the end of the Prophet's life, after the conquest of Mecca, right? Okay. So in Kufa, you had Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiallahu anhu, which means the philosophy, methodology, approach to legal rulings of Abdullah bin Mas'ud was adopted by the scholars of Kufa and eventually standardized by Imam Hanifa and his students and so on and so forth, right? In Basra, you had Abu Musa al-Ash'ari radiallahu anhu, Anas bin Malik radiallahu anhu, and Muhammad ibn Sirin rahimahullah. In Sham, the Levant, you had Mu'adh ibn Jabal radiallahu anhu, Ubadah bin Samit radiallahu anhu, Abu Idris al-Khawlani radiallahu anhu, and of course, Umar bin Abdul Aziz, right? And in Misr, you had Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As radiallahu ta'ala anhu. You had other companions, obviously, in these major centers, but these are highlighted because they inevitably become part of the intellectual tradition of that city, right? So for us, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiallahu anhu is the one we highlight because eventually, decades down the road, Imam Hanifa rahimahullah kind of takes up the school of Kufa, which is based off of the opinions of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiallahu ta'ala. Right? So you don't have to memorize all of the names, but it's just a way for you to visualize that the Sahaba moved out of Medina, right? They moved out of Medina, and you had the major centers and cities basically developed around their presence because they were the main resources, right? Okay. So during this time, or at least the development during this time, was due to three main factors. Number one, you had a widening of the scope and application of fiqh and increase of disagreements, right? So you don't have to think of this negatively. Simply think of it as such. When you have basically an empire, which is what it became pretty much by the time of Uthman radiallahu anhu's time, you're going to have more and more novel issues to deal with, right? You're going to have more and more new things to deal with. So not everybody is going to have the same opinion. Not everybody is going to have the same approach when it comes to finding a solution. So inevitably, the Sahaba themselves are going to disagree. Number two, spreading of the narration of hadith. Hadith were learned by the Sahaba, and the spread of hadith occurred by the movement of the Sahaba. Make sense? Because they were the ones that taught it, which means that people who learned from the Sahaba and moved to their own lands also took hadith with them. Okay, this is before the era of compilations of textbooks and things like that, right? So the narration of hadith provided more material for fiqh. And lastly, you had an emergence of what we would call the traditionalists versus the rationalists. So these two words are trying to sum up the theoretical approach of the school of hadith and the school of Rai. Does that make sense? So in the second phase, we saw school of hadith, letter of the law, school of Rai, spirit of the law. So the traditionalists are basically the school of hadith. The rationalists are the school of Rai. Okay, and again, it's in emergence because you have groups of scholars now basically coming together and theorizing and deliberating about fiqh based on a certain approach. again, coming from the Sahaba themselves, right? There's much more. There's there are many books available if you want to read on this further. Canonization of Islamic Law, for example, by Ahmed al-Shamsi, and Introduction to Islamic Law by Wael Halaq. Both of them are academic books, so some things might not be quote unquote what the classical books take as fact or what we accept as fact. But generally speaking, those two books are good resources to have an idea of the historical factors behind the development of fiqh. All right. So basically, this time you had the emergence of the traditionalists and rationalists that kind of became the foundation of what we call the madahib. So these are the proto-madhabs, right? Again, where is it coming from? You had the Sahaba themselves. Approach matters differently from each other. And we're talking about the jurist companions, right? And based on their approach, you had emerging schools of hadith and light, which could be considered traditionalist versus rationalist. So the traditionalist school was a continuation of companions who feared contradicting the letter of the Quran and Sunnah. Okay, so when we say traditionalist school of hadith, these are the Sahaba who were fearful of contradicting the letter of the Quran and Sunnah. Where was it mainly centered? It became widespread in the Hijaz, specifically in Medina, which evolved into the school of Medina, which then developed into the school of Imam Malik, because Imam Malik was from Medina. Make sense? And Imam Malik and Imam Hanifa were contemporaries. They were the two of the earliest jurists of the four madhahib, right? So the school of Medina, which was kind of the traditionalist school, became eventually the foundation of the school of Imam Malik. And one of the reasons why it became widespread in Medina is because of the abundance of ahadith and familiarity with the fatwa of several companions, because a lot of companions were still in Medina. Versus elsewhere where you had smaller groups of companions, that necessitated them to develop legal rulings based on the resources that they had. So you also had the rationalist school, which was an extension of the school of Umar radiallahu anhu and Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu. And their contention was that legal interpretations should not be limited to the letter, but to the spirit, basically the spirit of the law. As long as we're still within the parameters of the Sharia, there should be some wiggle room for interpretation. Does that make sense? And this gained popularity in Iraq because Abdullah bin Mas'ud was in Kufa, right? So it gained popularity in Iraq, developed into the school of Kufa, which was the foundation for the madhab of Imam Abu Hanifa. Does that make sense? Yes.
Do you have any examples of differing opinions on anything based on the first methodology versus the second?
So usually it comes down to an interpretation of a hadith that might just be literal versus not, or a verse of the Quran that might be considered literal versus not. So for example, when Allah says that a person has to, for example, make wudu. So in the hadith, there's indication that a person has to make wudu after they come into contact with someone of the opposite gender, right? أَوْ لَامَسْتُمُ النِّسَاءَ, as it comes in the ayah, right? and the implication is that you will do breaks. So a literal understanding of it would be touch, and a figurative understanding would be intimacy. So, for example, the Hanafis take it to be figurative, whereas the Shafis take it to be literal. Right? Yeah. So the school of Kufa, which was kind of the dominant school of the city, which Imam Abu Hanifa's teacher taught, because he was the chief jurist of Kufa. Imam Hanifa took over his position after his teacher passed away, and the school of Kufa eventually became the foundation of the Hanafi school. Does that make sense? But it's still coming from the teachings of Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu. And the reason why this methodology became popular in Iraq is because the number of companions there were influenced by Umar radiallahu anhu. Right? So again, point is to show that the madahib themselves were not just things that came out of nowhere. They were evolutions of approaches that the Sahaba themselves had taken, right? Sometimes even from the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Right? Yes.
Sorry, when the Sahaba fled into the 6 major sanctions, well, was most of the increasing disagreements caused by the Muhammad?
So every region had their own concerns, right? And you have to think like you have to think that in a time where there isn't mass instant communication, every city was connected to the center, quote unquote, but they were in a way independent because they just had themselves to rely on, right? So the development of fiqh would naturally become different, depending on where the concentration of Sahaba were more versus others, right? Okay, so that brings us to the 4th era. And this is the era of codification and the era of the Mujtahid Imams. So this is the beginning of the 2nd century until the middle of the 4th. Again, fiqh continued as a discipline even after that, but this is kind of what we would call the codification era. So fiqh became its own discipline, it became its own science. You had methodologies that were further developed and crystallized, like legal theory, etc., was kind of retroactively applied to the fiqh because the theory came after. And the codification of fiqh happened alongside the codification of hadith, specifically in the 2nd half of the 2nd century. So when you had hadith and fiqh kind of being codified, oftentimes in the same city, circulation of knowledge has a huge impact, right? Because inevitably you had more resources to rely on, basically, right? This is simplifying obviously a lot of things, but just to have an idea of where did things start or stop, and where what was focused on when. Okay. So the codification of hadith, again, didn't just start from here. It started from the time of the Prophet ﷺ, but the manner, method, and form changed over time, right? And that's something that you do in your Sciences of Hadith class, inshallah, right? So the development for this phase, and especially the growth, you can attribute it to several different factors. Number one, Abbasid caliphs, for example, gave much more importance to fiqh and fuqaha, the jurists, right? So state patronage is a real thing, right? And you have more resources, basically, right? If you have the kind of backing of the administration of the Khalifa, then you had the development or the rapid development of that science. So for example, during the Abbasids' time, when there was what they called the era of translation or the translation movement, where state patronage was key to the development of certain things, right? You had the translation of Greek philosophical texts, for example, because of state patronage, right? So did the four imams consult with each other? They didn't all live at the same time. Imam Abu Hanifa and Imam Malik rahimahullah were contemporaries of each other. According to most narrations, they met maybe once or twice. And Imam Shafi'i was a student of Imam Malik and was a student of one of the students of Imam Abu Hanifa. And Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal came later. So on the next page, I have a timeline of the imams, and not all of them lived at the same time. And that's how you kind of see that it did happen independently, but also sometimes in conversation, because when you had the development of like the Shafi'i school, the Malikis and the Hanafi school were already in existence, right? And it was in conversation with that. Imam Shafi'i is the one that is actually credited for making legal theory its own science. And when Imam Shafi'i started his own project, that's when you had the Maliki and the Hanafi school also say, okay, we obviously have a legal methodology, but now we have to formalize it. So it was also in conversation with that, right? But they weren't all living at the same time. Number two, expansiveness of the Muslim state, right? You had the borders, go very, very far east, far west, north, south, everywhere. And the developments are going to, speed up because of this. The great Mujtahid Imams were the ones who were alive during this time. You had the corpus of Hadith being codified, collected. Hadith sciences were obviously developing independently, but because of the same factors like expansiveness of the Muslim state and the need for authentication of Hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, the authentication sub-sciences of Hadith developed pretty much around the same time. And all of this led to formal legal schools of thought, right? So this is where kind of something like the school of Kufa will more and more be associated with the work of Imam Abu Hanifa and his students, right? Where the school of Medina would be associated more and more with Imam Malik rahimahullah and his students and so on and so forth, right? So you have a lot of different things happening for a lot of different reasons. And again, it's just a continuation of things that were present from the time of the Sahaba. So the reason why I have these 10 individuals put together, first I want to show you obviously when they lived. So Imam Abu Hanifa is first on the list because he was born before everyone else. So Nu'man bin Thabit, that's his name, known as Imam Abu Hanifa, was born in the year 80, passed away in 150. Malik ibn Anas, Imam Malik was younger than him, born 13 years later, and passed away after him 179 after Hijri, and they both met. They were contemporaries. Muhammad ibn Idris al-Shafi'i, this is Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah, he was born the year Imam Abu Hanifa passed away, 150. One of his teachers was one of the star students of Imam Abu Hanifa. So he kind of took from him, and he took from Imam Malik as well. He learned from Imam Malik. He passed away in the year 204. And he is a contemporary of Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal, rahimahullah, who was born 14 years later, 164, passed away in the year 241. What's interesting is all of them, and majority of them were born and they passed away before the great scholars of hadith. So the codification or the collection of hadith in the formalized way of the science that it came to be later by the great scholars of hadith happened after. And there's a lot of discussion of how this might have impacted the development of fiqh or not. But again, hadith was still in existence from the time of the Prophet because the Sahaba were teaching it. Books of hadith were still being written from the time of Imam Malik was someone who put together a collection of hadith. Imam Abu Hanifa put together a collection of hadith, and Imam Shafi'i and Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal, all of them had their own works of hadith, but they weren't muhaddith, they were fuqaha, they were jurists. Their main focus was the legal aspects, right? The great scholars of hadith who, took the science to new heights and kind of, created their own genres of works. They came later. Some of them overlapped. So, for example, Imam Ahmad and Imam Bukhari, they're kind of contemporaries in the same time, right? So Muhammad ibn Ismail al-Bukhari, he is a contemporary of Imam Muslim. Imam Muslim was a student of Imam Bukhari's as well. Muslim ibn Hajjaj, born in 202, passed away in 261. And then you have Abu Dawood, Sulaiman ibn Ash'ath. I think he studied from Imam Muslim. You have Muhammad ibn Isa at-Tirmidhi, who studied from Imam Abu Dawood. You have Muhammad ibn Yazid ibn Majah, who studied from Imam Tirmidhi, if I'm not mistaken. And you have Ahmad ibn Shu'aib al-Nasa'i, right? So the 6 canonical collections that we usually think of. And one interesting thing that you find is that geographically, all of them are outside of Arabia. We're not talking about Middle East, because that's like a very non-defining thing, right? But for example, Imam Abu Hanifa was Kufa, Imam Malik was Medina, Imam Shafi'i, he was born in Gaza, actually, and he passed away in Egypt. Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal was Iraq, right? If I'm not mistaken, maybe Basra, but he was definitely Iraq. Imam Bukhari, Central Asia, Bukhara, that's modern day Uzbekistan. Imam Muslim was Nishapur, which is in Iran, right? Imam Abu Dawood, he was also Iran, Sijistan. It falls within modern day Iran. Muhammad ibn Isa at-Tirmidhi, so Termez is in modern day Turkmenistan, right? Central Asia. Ibn Majah and both Nasa'i are also from Central Asia. Let me just double check. I have it on another set of slides, right? But one thing that you basically find, from this is that the scholars of the Ummah of the Prophet ﷺ were from everywhere, right? And a lot of times, so the Hanafi school, for example, is huge in Central Asia because a lot of the scholars kind of came to Kufa, went back to Central Asia, right? And so on and so forth, right? So historical events, migration patterns, all of those things had a huge impact on the development of the sciences. And not everything happened at the same time, right? So fiqh developed over centuries. Hadith was, you can say, formalized, or at least the science of it was formalized within a couple of generations, and the collection of it was probably more so standardized within a couple of generations. But fiqh and hadith as fields of knowledge continued. Yes. Yeah, we're done with class, inshallah. All right. Any questions? A lot of information, but inshallah it's beneficial. And again, purpose is so that you know, moving forward, you kind of have an idea of how all of this came together, right? Okay, so we will continue tomorrow, inshallah. So tomorrow will be Creed, and next 3 Thursdays, inshallah, we're going to have Creed on Thursday and Friday, as we read through the chapter in the book. And yeah, inshallah. Yes.
What did you study?
I did Middle Eastern studies. So both for my undergrad and my grad school, I focused on Middle Eastern studies.
You feel like
Yeah, I focus mainly on the history classes, so it's helpful. Right. Americans are bad at geography, as the stereotype goes. I wanted to prove that wrong, at least for myself. But it's helpful. I think just in trying to put together like a timeline of a 14th century tradition, you definitely need to have some mind map of where things are happening. And yeah, when you zoom into any area, any era, there's so many other things happening that do impact it. And this is across the board. So tafsir has its own development trajectory because of the Sahaba, scholarship of major cities, because of trends within kalam, within theology, when you had Muslim philosophers influenced by Greek theology and then kind of interpreting the Quran. In light of that, you had Mufassirin push back through tafsir, you had theologians push back through kalam. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, jazakallah. Subhanallah bihamdihi, subhanakallah wa bihamdika, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yeah.
one is 11.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن استنى بسنته إلى يوم الدين. Open up your Arabic books to page 22. He says the grammatical treatment of plurals. The grammatical treatment of plurals. What is meant by grammatical treatment will become clear when we study pointing words, fragments, and sentences in later chapters. For now, memorize the rules below. There are a few rules pertaining to the grammatical treatment of plurals. Number one, he says, all non-human plurals also can be used as non-intellectual plurals. Sound and broken are treated as singular feminine. This is what we spoke about yesterday, right? The example that he gives is masajidu, mosques. Yesterday I gave a few examples of sentences, right? I did yes, the car is beautiful. The car is beautiful. We said as-sayyaratu jamilatun. The car is beautiful. Then we did the two cars are both beautiful, which was the entire sentence. As-sayyaratani jamilatani. Was working yesterday, you said? Yeah. As-sayyaratani jamilatani. The two cars are both beautiful. Oh, you feel it right away. I feel like it's like within 5 seconds the temperature drops like 12 degrees. Right? Huh?
It was 82.
You gotta shake it properly.
Yes.
I almost got. I can't do that. Sorry, it's Thursday. I think I checked that early this week. As-sayyaratani jamilatani. And then we did the last sentence, which was as-sayyaratu what?
Jamilatun.
Jamilatun. Jamilatun, right? And jamilatun, the word itself, is singular and it's feminine. So that's why he says all non-human plurals, sound and broken, are treated as singular feminine. Now he says sound and broken. What does he say? He says sound and broken. He's talking about plurals. Okay. When he says sound, what he's referring to is the sound feminine plural. Because can't be talking about sound masculine, because sound masculine is only used for beings of intellect. Okay, so all non-human plurals, sound and broken, are treated as singular feminine. For example, what is an example of a non-human plural that is sound? What is an example of a non-human plural that is sound? Samawatun or sayyaratun. Sayyaratun, right? When he says sound, he means sound feminine. Okay? So all non-human plurals that are either sound feminine, put that in your mind, or broken, what's the Arabic term for broken? Jam'u taksirin, right? Like masajidu are treated as singular feminine. Okay, I'll be honest, like once we get to halfway or to the bottom of these rules, you'll be like, dude, this is a lot. Like, especially in English, it will get ingrained within you over time and over practice. I'm not like gung-ho about you guys memorizing these rules, right? Honestly, the one that is the most important is the first one. That non-human plurals, whether they are sound or broken, are treated as singular feminine. That's the one I just need you to know. And even that one it'll get, metaphorically beat within you multiple times. Good? Okay, number 2, he says human broken plurals. This was like the last one that we took yesterday. Human broken plurals can be treated as singular feminine. They don't have to be, but they can be treated as singular feminine, right? You can put that one on the back burner. Okay. Number 3, he says everything else is treated as is. Everything else is treated as is. So the sound masculine human plural is treated as plural masculine. Make sense? Right? The sound feminine human plural is treated as plural feminine. That's logical. Okay. Words that are plural by meaning are treated as plural masculine. And intellectual broken plurals are usually treated as plural masculine. Once again, intellectual broken plurals are usually treated as plural masculine. Good? Yes.
Isn't ummatun a word that is plural by meaning?
Mm-hmm.
But it's has the thought of mabut at the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's treated as plural. It's treated as plural masculine.
Ummatun, it's treated as plural masculine, right? But if you're describing the ummah, you can say technically, you can say ummatun mu'minatun, a believing nation. You can treat it as, right, singular feminine, right? But you can also treat it as plural masculine. Note, how we treat a word grammatically does not change how we translate it. If I read the word hijaratun, for example, even though it's treated as singular feminine, first of all, why would the word hijaratun be treated as singular feminine? What does hijaratun mean? Rocks, stones, it's multiple, right? What's the singular, Siraj?
Hajarun.
Hajarun, right? Hajarun is one single rock, right? Hijaratun is rocks, multiple. So even though it's treated as singular feminine, that doesn't change its translation from rocks. Okay. I'm gonna skip that. All right. Okay. Look at drill 8. Drill 8 says, complete the conceptual questions below. True or false, sound masculine plurals are inclusive, meaning it can be used for groups that include both men and women. Noor? True. Number 2, true or false, sound feminine plurals are used only for groups of women. Salma. False. Good. Number 3, what is the difference between a sound plural and a broken plural? Answer briefly. A sound plural basically keeps its original state of the word, just adds letters to the end. As for a broken plural, it's either done by removing letters, adding letters, changing vowel signs, or a combination of those. Number 4 says, how do you distinguish between a singular word and a broken plural? Mira?
Singular.
You just have to know the meaning.
Yeah, you just have to, yeah, it's kind of tricky. Yeah, just through memory, essentially. Drill 9 says, how are these words treated grammatically? Determine the number of the following words. Give the number based on how the word is treated. Some definitions are provided to help you. Circle S for singular, 2 for dual, and PL for plural. Okay. Before you do this exercise, it tends to confuse people. Okay. And if you get confused by it, don't worry too much. Don't worry too much. Like this is because sometimes this Arabic to English stuff, it helps a lot, and sometimes it causes a level of confusion. Okay, so if you get confused by this, you might get confused by something. Okay, but if you do, don't like stress. I don't get this. Like just keep it rolling. All right, keep it moving. Okay, so let's do this together. Number 1, it says Jundun, right? The meaning of Jundun is army. Okay, Rama, the gender, how is it treated? Male, it's treated as masculine. Good. In terms of number, how is it treated? Yeah, plural. Okay, an army consists of how many people? Multiple. Got it? Okay. Number 2. Number 2. Tayyib, read the word. Malaikatun. The meaning is angels. Okay. Now, this is one of those ones perhaps you get confused by. Don't. Okay. This is where we kind of don't give that attention to the Tamil Bupa. We don't give the attention to the Tamil. So the gender would be masculine, right? Because it's the default gender. It's the default gender. Remember, the angels in our belief are neither masculine, neither feminine, like Islamically. They're neither masculine nor feminine. So when we say masculine, it's just the default gender, okay? And we're not paying attention to the Tamil Bupa. This is one of the few instances where we don't give weight to the Tamil Bupa, okay? So masculine, and then the number, plural, right? Because they are beings of intellect. Number 3, Siraj, read the word.
Akhawatun.
Akhawatun, what does it mean?
Sisters.
Sisters, good. Gender?
Female.
Female. And the number?
Plural.
Plural. Straightforward, right? Number 4, grant.
Ahlun.
Ahlun means family. The gender is
Masculine,
masculine, because that's the default, and the number is
plural.
plural. Number 5, Abdurrahman.
Rasulani,
Rasulani. What does Rasulani mean?
message,
Be specific.
two messages.
Two messengers. Good. Two messengers.
Would be male.
It would be male. Correct.
And then it would be two.
Good. So he said masculine or male. By the way, just to remind your classmates, Abdurrahman, what's the word for masculine in Arabic? Mudhak, huh? Mudhakkarun. And what's the word for feminine? Mu'annathun. Good. And then just going back, you said Rasulani in terms of number.
2.
2. Good. Let's go DJ in the back. Number 6. Good. So on. Aymanun means oaths. Okay, so the gender is going to be? What did you say originally? You did say masculine, right? Why did you change your answer? Because you felt the first one was wrong, or you were just trying to see based on my facial reaction? So why are you saying it's feminine? The default gender of something in Arabic is masculine, correct? Is the default gender of something in Arabic is it masculine?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so if you say it's feminine, I need an explanation. In chat, what's the explanation? Just put a whole bunch of words together. It's a plural non-human object. You were trying to say non-human plural. So you said plural non-human object. Non-intellectual plural non-human are treated as, repeat it. Singular feminine. You answered both questions. So in terms of gender in chat, it's feminine. And then in terms of number, it's going to be singular. Once again, we're talking about how you treat it. Oaths, the word is a plural word. But we're talking about how it is treated. Clear? So once again, in chat said feminine, which is correct because it's a non-intellectual plural, or according to in chat, it is, can't even remember, it was too many words. But and then singular. Okay. Number 7, Michelle. Spouse, or what's the other definition? No, not the, what was the plural? What's the other definition besides spouse? The definitions that were given to you were spouse / it's green, kind of tastes like an apple. Find it at Costco. Selma, what am I saying? Pear.
Oh, it said dual, didn't it?
Did it say pear?
It said dual. Like what dual did you get?
Okay. Dual and pear, same difference. Okay, dual. My apologies. Okay, dual or pair. What's the gender? You know, for this, from now on, I let everyone slide. Just tell me the gender in Arabic and tell me the number in Arabic as well. Stop using the English. So go ahead. Okay. Huh? Mudhakkarun. You guys love to go in reverse order for some reason. It's mudhakkarun first because that's the order of the question, and then it's mufradun. Good. Noor, number 8. Read the word. Allah, I'm not going to ask you to define it. Okay, go ahead. Mudhakkarun. If you got that one wrong, There'd be some major issues, Noor. Like halt class, you have to go talk to Sister Tara, be like, hey, we got a major issue. Okay, so alhamdulillah, we're a little worried. Slightly worried. Selma, number 9. Maghanimu, which the definition is given to spoils of war, gender and number in Arabic. One more time, finish your words.
I'm sorry.
Is it muannathun? Yes or no, guys?
Yes.
Yes. Because non-intellectual or non-human plurals are treated as
Singular feminine.
singular feminine. We will continue to come back to this rule until
Until we meet Allah
we meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes.
So this word does have, because I wasn't sure if it was just something treated as plural in itself, like spoils of war. There
No,
was
it
this
has
as
singular.
okay.
Yeah. Singular is ghanimatun. Go ahead, Salma, you said muannathun, and it's mufradun, right? We're talking about how it is treated. Okay. Number 10, Ahmed. Read the word. Mu'minuna means believers. Arabic. Mudhakkarun, and the number. Arabic as well.
What is it? The number?
Yeah. Mufradun, muthanna, am jam'un. Jam'un. Good. The numbers are weird, so you got to go down to the next page for 11. Is it like that for you guys as well?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, next page. Okay, just making sure. Okay. Sardar, 11, read the word. Ghurafun. Ghurafun. Don't stretch the ra. Ghurafun. Okay, quickly. Gender and number. Rooms.
It is muannathun
Mu'annathun. Naam.
and Japan.
With an S at the end. Correct.
Japan.
Jam'un. 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 With the ayn at the end.
Japan.
Yeah, but it's the wrong answer. Grant, what's the answer?
Mufradun.
Mufradun. Non-intellectual plurals are treated as
Singular feminine.
singular feminine. Singular feminine. Just having fun, guys. Keep it light. Smile. Mu'annathun and mufradun. Good. Number 12. Abdul Kareem. Suwarun, which means pictures. Go ahead. Mu'annathun. Mu'annathun and mufradun. Perfect. 13. 13. Muhammad Mardini. One more time. Abidun means slaves. Go ahead. Why are they one?
Oh wait, it's
Mudhakkarun, default gender. And it's jam'un. Okay.
Question about that. Can that be treated as singular feminine because it's a human broken plural?
Can it be?
Is it a human broken plural? So can it be treated as?
It can be treated. It can be treated as singular feminine, but once again, usually treated as plural masculine. Right?
They literally just put that in the books, like in the Quran, that's why it's used that way. It's the only thing
That's where the rule originates from, if you want to say, but it is used like that at times in the Arabic language. It is. 14, Amira. Lisanun, which means tongue or language.
would be.
That would be mudhakkarun mufradun. Good. 15, Samira, read the word. Huh? Afwahun, what does it mean? Michelle, what does it mean? Scrolling. Take the chapter 1, 2, okay. Scrolling. In chat, what does it mean? How many? DJ, what does it mean? Mouths. Okay. If I ask you a question that doesn't make sense, guys, then most likely you have the wrong answer. Okay. Samira, okay. Afwahun, we did mouths. Gender. Non-intellectual plurals are treated as singular feminine. So the gender is going to be mu'annathun, and the number is going to be non-intellectual, mufradun. Yes, Sardar.
Why is the sound is mudhakkar?
Why is it mudhakkarun? Because it's the default.
It's a singular.
Are you thinking body parts? Like what's the,
Why is not like a man like lisan?
Like F1.
because lisanun is singular. Al-sinatun is the plural. Afwahun is a plural. Famun is the singular.
It's not each other.
But it's one. It's not al-sinatun. It's one tongue. It's one tongue. So the default is masculine. Sorry, the other thing I wanted to point out, number 14, lisanun, as well as number 6, aymanun. Okay, really quickly, just a quick glance. Number 6, aymanun, and number 14, lisanun. See the alif nun ending? Do not look at that alif nun ending and do not think what? That it's dual. Do not look at that alif nun ending and think it's dual, but rather that alif nun is part of the word. And I know many of you are still annoyed, but I'm having you guys finish your words, right? Lisanun, aymanun. One of the best ways to tell that it is not dual is the tanween that it takes on the noon. Because if it's dual, it ends with a kasra on the noon, right? Lisanani, lisanayni. Aymanani, aymanayni. Guys, are you paying attention or no? Aymanun means oaths. Why'd you guys just make it dual? Yeah, that doesn't exist. Lisanani, lisanayni is fine. Aymanani, aymanayni, really? Aymanun means oaths. I just walked you and you guys went for the ride. Really?
So what is the rule?
So we have to go back to the singular. Aymanun, anyone know the singular? Yaminun. Yaminun, the dual would be yaminani and yaminayni. See how I took you guys for a ride and you guys just didn't put on your seatbelt, just got on and
We trust it.
oh, do not trust me. Do not trust me. Do not trust me.
Why would it be body parts and pairs? Would it? No, I'm just saying, like I'm asking. I'm not
I know some people talk a lot, but
no, it's
we're not talking about lips. We're talking about mouth. Yeah, mouth.
Wait, sorry. Femun and F1, right?
Yes.
So-
Femun is one mouth.
And then F1 is
Mouths.
more than one,
3 or more.
3 or more. So then, wouldn't it be oh wait. Oh yeah, no, so I was saying, would it fall under body parts and pairs?
No.
Because we all have one now.
We're talking about when we say body parts and pairs, we mean things that Allah created a human being with 2 of. Not like if there are 2 mouths that exist, one mouth on one person, one mouth on another person. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When we say body parts and pairs, we're talking about When Allah created a human being, when He created them with two of it. I get what
I
you're.
got 10 out of-
You get it now?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 16, Isa.
Ibnani.
Ibna.
Ibnani.
Ibnani. I was like, did he say what? Ibnani. What does it mean?
Two sons.
Two sons. Good. Two sons. Right? Jinsun and adadun.
Mudakkarun. Muthanna.
Mudhakkarun and muthanna. Phenomenal. Siraj, 17.
Makkatu.
Makkatu. Yes.
Mu'annathun and mufradun.
Mu'annathun and
Mufradun.
mufradun. Phenomenal. Uh, 18, Michelle. 18, you have a different 18 than I have? Sometimes you do, no, sometimes there are like discrepancies, like sometimes, but no? Okay. Hamza 2. And it has one dhamma, we'll talk about that later, okay? But it does have one dhamma, that is not a typo. Hamza 2, go ahead. So it's a name, Hamza, right? Don't have to explain it. Go ahead. Mudhakkarun mufradun. Michelle, I have a slight issue. Ends in a ta marbutha. We took a rule that anything that ends in a ta marbutha is considered feminine. For the jinsun, you said mudhakkarun. Huh?
It's a male name.
It's a male name. That's all I needed. It's a male name. That's all I needed. Good. 19, Amira. Aba'un means fathers. Jinsun and adadun, please. Mudhakkarun and jam'un. Phenomenal. Tayyib. We should call you Tayyibun. Phenomenal. Go ahead.
This means
two men. Good. Jinsun and adadun. Mudhakkarun and muthanna. So he said mudhakkarun, male, and adadun, he said muthanna, which is dual, right? I'm trying to get us to use as much Arabic terminology as we can. I'm trying to slowly go away from the English terminology, but once in a while I'll repeat it just as a type of reminder. Sardar, 21. Stretch the ha. Stretch the ha. Ummahatun. Meaning is mothers. Jinsun and adadun. That's not a jinsun. That's a number.
Oh, sorry.
Mu'annathun. And adadun is jam'un. Good. DJ, 22. Ikhwatun. The meaning is sisters. How many? Daughters. I have 3. Nur, ikhwatun. What is the meaning? 22. Brothers. I was gonna go back to DJ, but you just stole it. Okay. No, it's fine. I mean, it's what it is, right? Okay, ikhwatun, you said brothers, and you said the jinsun is mudhakkarun and jam'un. Nur. Same question I gave Michelle earlier. Has a ta marbutha. We took ta marbuthas generally indicate that it's mu'annathun. Why did you say it's mudhakkarun? Biologically masculine. Thank you very much. 23, Salma. Banatun, daughters. Mu'annathun. Jam'un. Great. Grant, 24.
Nisa'un.
Nisa'un.
It means women.
Means women. Good. Jinsun and adadun.
Mu'annithun.
Uh-huh.
Jam'un.
Mu'annathun and jam'un. Good. مؤنث and جمع. Abdul Karim, 25. أبناء means sons. Good. جنس and عدد. مذكر and جمع. مذكر and جمع. Phenomenal. يا Muhammad Mardini, 26. فأر. Good. فأر means mouse. جنس and عدد. You said it's مذكر and what was the second word that you said? مفعول, direct object of the verb. Usually found in a جملة فعلية. Huh? مفرود. That's a new one. I don't have a definition for that one. DJ, help him out. What's he trying to say? Huh? مفرد. He's trying to say مفرد. Good. So مذكر and مفرد. Good, Mardini. 27. إنشاء. ذرية. What does it mean? Descendants. I think the second definition was offspring. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. مذكر because that's the default. We're not looking at the ta marbuta. And jam'un because it's plural by meaning. Good. Rama, 28. Yeah, so friends, companions. She said mudhakkarun and jam'un. Go on to the next page. 29. 29. Samira, read the word. Stretch the fa. Ghurufatun means rooms. Jinsun and adadun. Non-human plurals are treated as that's the number. I need the jins first. Mu'annathun, and then the number is what you said, which was mufradun. So mu'annathun and mufradun. 30. Noor. Good. Suratun, which is a picture. She said mu'annathun and mufradun. 31. Salma. Tanzilun, revelation. Jinsun and adadun. Mudhakkarun, default. Mufradun. Translation is revelation, right? So mufrad, mudhakkarun and mufradun. Grant, 32.
Samawatun, skies, heavens.
Jinsun and adadun.
Mu'anithun,
Mu'annathun.
and mufradun.
Good. Mufradun. Don't stretch the ra.
Mufradun.
Mufradun. So mu'annathun and mufradun. 33. 33. Amira. Because it's a non-intellectual plural.
33 Ikhwanun.
Ikhwanun. What did you say? What did you say here, bro? Mudhakkarun and jam'un. Mudhakkarun and jam'un. Once again, the alif noon indication tayyib over here means that is part of the word. Good. And that it's not
a dual.
It's not a dual, right? Another way to tell that is the tanween on the noon. Uh 34. 34. Rama. Ba'sun, which means war. مذكر مفرد. مذكر مفرد. Huh? You think that?
Oh, that's good.
Not to confuse this word, which was feminine because Arab said so. Stop laughing at me. Stop laughing at me, okay? It was a difficult day. I'm feeling tired, okay? It's Thursday. Not to be confused with harbun, right? Harbun, because some of you might, that's feminine because the Arab said so, also means war, right? But this is ba'sun, which means war, right? So she said, mudhakkarun and mufradun. 35. Sa'ad. Kutubun. What does it mean, first of all? Books.
Be
No one whisper anything, man. I see people, huh? What? Go ahead, sir.
it would be
Oh, you change your answer. Don't do that. Why you change it? Who's whispering? Huh? Okay, go ahead. DJ was turning his head like he had a little crick in his neck or something.
and what would be
Oh, good. So you said it'd be one more time? Mu'annathun and jam'un. Jam'un refers to how many? Huh? 3 more. You read the first rule? I think you stopped halfway through. Because the first rule says, read the first rule.
all non-human sound singular
One more time.
all non-human
Louder.
all non-human sound and broken created as singular feminine. So it would be
Mufradun. Thank you. So mu'annathun and mufradun. And 36, Siraj.
Nuhun.
Nuhun, which is just the name. Nuh. Go ahead.
Mudhakkarun mufradun.
Mudhakkarun and mufradun. Perfect. I think we made it through that without any casualties. 2.4. Type. Al-qismu. The third property. So thus in the book, right? We've covered jinsun, right? Which was gender. Mudhakkarun or mu'annathun. And we've covered adadun, which was mufradun, muthanna, and jam'un. And along the way, I took you for a ride, and I also was able to kind of sneak in and teach you i'rabun, correct? Al-i'rabu or i'rabun, right? And just as a review, Abdurrahman, the 3 statuses or states are marfu'un, mansubun, majrurun. Anyone ever study i'rabun previously before this class? Did you guys study the English terms like that? There's an English. What is marfu'un? Is it nominative? Mansubun is accusative? And majrurun is genitive, right? There was a previous curriculum in a different lifetime that we used to use. It has technically, like, because all of these things have like English equivalents, right? So marfu'un was it?
It was
Nominative. Mansubun was accusative, and majrurun was genitive. Those are 3 words I never want you to memorize. 3 English words I never want you to memorize because they will never ever assist you in life. Okay, not to my knowledge.
They haven't helped me since I learned them.
Huh?
They haven't helped me since I learned them.
I actually only learned those words when I finished studying and I came back to the teaching. I was from the curriculum. I was like, guys, I don't know what this is. Right? But I taught you marfu'un, mansubun, and majrurun. Okay. Really quickly, as a recap, need everyone to be, with me on this. A mufradun word, which is a singular word, how will it show its i'rabun? How will it show its i'rabun? Tayyibun. Finishing vowel sound. What's the issue, guys?
Or it depends if it's mufradun or dhamma. Answer your question. But if it's mufradun versus.
When you answer a question, but you don't know the answer, you just give a long answer. Sounded like a lawyer. When you have a mufradun word, how is it gonna show its i'rabun? Wrong. Noor? Vowel signs. Give me an example.
No, kitabun.
Good. Because you only gave me one state. It's Thursday. Huh? Good. So Noor said, when we have a mufradun word, the way it's going to show its i'rabun is through vowel signs. Vowel signs. She gave the example: kitabun, kitaban, and kitabin. She gave a first example, but then she corrected it because the example that she gave me was a broken plural, and she realized it doesn't apply here. So even though the rule might apply, but it's not the proper example. Good. So she went kitabun, kitaban, kitabin. She could have went idle, sonamun, sonaman, sonamin. She could have went town, city, village, qaryatun, qaryatan, qaryatin. Good. Salma. Then we talked about muthanna words, which are dual words, right? We know how to form them, right? We add what to the ending? Be more specific. Good. We add alif noon or ya noon. Now, how does a muthanna word show its i'rabun? You have two possible answers. One is right. So what did she say when we did mufradun? How does it show its i'rabun? With the vowel signs. How does a dual word show its i'rabun? Be general, be more general right now. Letters. Once again, it shows its i'rabun through letters. Now, give this specific example. Give me a word. Kitabani is in what state? Marfu'un, and give me another example. Kitabaini is mansubun and majrurun. Does that make sense, Sarma? Yeah? Okay. So we're either going vowel signs or ending letters. Clear? That was muthanna. Then we moved on to the sound masculine plural. DJ, the Arabic terminology for sound masculine plural is? One more time, louder. Good. Jam'ul mudhakkar as-salim. How do we form the Jam'ul mudhakkar as-salim? What do we do to the end of the word? Sardar, what do we do to the end of the word? How do we form a Jam'ul mudhakkar as-salim? We add letters. Tell me what letters?
The noon and alif, and yeah, or is it T and alif?
Isa?
Waw noon and ya noon.
Waw noon and ya noon. Give me an example.
Abiduna, abidina.
Phenomenal. Abiduna, abidina. How do we tell the state of a Jam'ul mudhakkar as-salim word?
Abiduna is for marfu'un.
Abiduna is for marfu'un.
Abidina is for mansubun or majrurun.
Abidina is for mansubun or majrurun. Perfect. Just answer the question. How do we show the state?
The change in the letters.
The ending letters. Got the ending letters. Phenomenal. Good. Then, Michelle, after Jam'ul mudhakkar as-salim, we did Jam'ul muannath as-salim. Good. Jam'ul muannath as-salim. This is that plural. We said people go in and some people don't come out. Allah musta'an. How do you form it, first of all? How? Huh? Good. So you add alif and ta, right? Let's just simplify. You add alif and ta to the end of the word. Good. Listen, guys. How does a Jam'ul muannath as-salim word show its state? Sure. Vowel signs. Thank you. Great answer. Now give me specific examples of it. مرفوع, it منصوب, مجرور. Good. صابرات is what state? Amira, help her out. صابرات is مرفوع and صابرات is منصوب and مجرور. Grant, then we did, the next plural that we did was?
جمع تكسير.
جمع تكسير, which translates as?
Broken plural.
Broken plural. Good. Now, the broken plurals have to be memorized. We talked about that. And we said the broken plurals show their states through vowel signs. Give me an example.
أولاد أولادن أولادن.
Perfect. أولاد أولادا أولادن. أولاد أولادا أولادن. Okay, and then we did ismu jam'in, which are plural by meaning, like qawmun, right? And for that, you would just go qawmun, qawman, qawmin. Good. 2.4, that was just a review, guys. He'll go over it in the book, so, you know, we'll come across it again. Technically, remember, in the book, they haven't taught i'rabun yet. So inshallah, for those of you that understand it, or that those of you that kind of beginning to grasp it, it'll come in the book. So we'll get like a refresher, inshallah. Yes, Sa'dun. Sa'du.
Is ma'un plural?
Huh?
Is
Ma'un is singular. The plural of ma'un is miyahun. 2.4, type. 2.4, type. Al-qismu. The third property of the ismun is type. Every word in the Arabic language is either common. Another word for common is indefinite. Indefinite. Another word for common is indefinite. I'm accustomed to using indefinite, but indefinite, and we'll talk about what they mean. So, you know, we'll get away from the English. Indefinite or common. The Arabic terminology, that's what I care about. That's what you need to know is nakiratun. Highlight it, circle it, put a smiley face by it, anything that will indicate that you need to memorize it. Nakiratun. Or proper, and proper, the other word that I use is definite. Just a simple example, when we say a car versus the car. A car is indefinite, and the car is definite. Or you could say a car is common, and the car is proper. Common words, nakiratun words, are generic words that do not refer to something specific. A class, a teacher, a lesson. Proper words are specific. An example of a ma'rifatun / nakiratun pair would be a girl, which refers to an unspecified girl, and Maryam, which refers to a specific person. Another example of a ma'rifatun / nakiratun pair would be a chair, which refers to an unspecified chair, and the chair, which refers to a specific chair. Common, nakiratun, is the default for a word. Once again, common, nakiratun, is the default for a word. There are 7 categories of proper ma'rifatun words, of which we will learn 6 for now, unless something falls under one of these 6 categories. These categories, it is assumed to be common, nakiratun. So the default, once again, is nakiratun, which is common, meaning it's indefinite, it's not specified. Okay, these are things, these next categories are things that make a word ma'rifatun. They make it proper or definite. Number 1, words with alif lam. That alif lam in Arabic is called lamut ta'rif. Lamut ta'rif. Okay, lamut ta'rif, that phrase is specifically giving a name. You know how you add alif lam to the word? The phrase lamut ta'rif is literally giving a name to the lam. Is giving a name to the lam. The alif is simply there just to start with. Okay? That lam essentially, lam al-ta'rif is like the lam of recognition. Okay? The al in Arabic means the, not D-U-H, but T-H-E, which makes a word specific. To take a word from nakiratun, common, to ma'rifatun, proper, simply add al. There's one important rule, though, tanween and al never come together. We've said that. Now we take that as a rule, tanween and al never ever come together. So if you say al bintun, if you ever say al bintun, I'll simply just look at you and say al bintun or al bintan. Like I'll respond to your ridiculous answer with another ridiculous answer. Got it? For example, the word al-muslimun is nonsensical. You can only say al-muslimu. Drill 10. Change the following words from nakiratun to ma'rifatun. Noor, number 1. Al-abiduna. Al-abiduna. Good. Al-abiduna. Number 2, Salma. Al-ayyamu. Al-ayyamu. طيب, number 3. The ra is yeah, the ra is what we call shamsiya. Ar-rusulu. Ar-rusulu. Ar-rusulu, you still write the alif lam, right? You still write the alif lam. And then number 4, Siraj.
Al-waraqa.
Finish the word, please.
Al-waraqatu.
Al-waraqatu. Al-waraqatu. Al-waraqatu. Clear? The meaning of those were worshippers, days, messengers, and paper or leaf, right? Or the worshippers, the days, the messengers, and the paper. Number 5, Isa.
Al-awraqu.
Al-awraqu, which means
The papers or the leaves.
the papers or the leaves. Yes, Saad. Al-awraqu. Stupid. Number 6. Number 6, DJ. Al-awladu. Al-awladu, which means the children, and you would write that the same way as you write al-awraqu, meaning the beginning of it, how you add the alif lam at the beginning. Okay. Number 7, insha. Al-dhubabu, the fly, right? I've mentioned this in passing, but certain letters are shamsiya, which mean you don't pronounce the alif lam, right? So you would say al-dhubabu, right? Al-dhubabu, the fly. Number 8, Muhammad Mardini. Yeah. Say it again. Ar-rajulu, which means the man. Good. Ahmed, number 9. Al-ummu, which means the mother. And Abdul Karim, number 10, Abdul Karim. Al-akilani. Al-akilani, which means the 2 people that are eating, right? Al-akilani, the 2 people that are eating. Okay, drill 11 says that change the following words from ma'rifatun to nakiratun. Amira, number 1. Kharijatun, and the meaning would be
Females.
yeah, the females that are exiting or leaving. Whether you decide to translate the one that is ma'rif or nakira, that's up to you, right? Number 2, insha would become dhahibani, which refers to 2 people who are going. Good. Rama 3. The nakira would be simply just qadi muna, right? And qadi muna means coming, right? It's talking about a group of people. Samira 4 would become drop the alif lam. Drop the alif lam. Darisun. Darisun. And darisun refers to someone that is the meaning studying. Nur 5. Na'imatun. Good. You just simply drop the alif lam again. And it refers to people that are sleeping. Good. Number 6, Salma. Al-ayyamu becomes ayyamun, and al-ayyamun means days. Tayyib, number 7. Al yeah. Huh?
You want to do the shams with the second L?
Yeah.
So it's al-sinatan.
No. Al.
Now you can.
You said yes to.
Wait. Don't say it. Hold it, man. Just hold it. So we're looking at the hamza here. We're not looking at the lam. Okay. So the word is al-sinatani.
Yes.
So we're going to say al-sinatani.
Are you messing?
No, I'm not. I'm actually not.
Because it's part of the word.
Yes, because it's part of the word. Yes. So we're looking at the hamza. The hamza is not shamsiya.
So it's al-sinat.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's gonna be al-sinatan.
It's going to be al.
Al-sinatan. Al-sinatan.
Amira, what was your objection?
No.
No, go ahead. Now you can speak.
You said, do I do the shams, the second lam shams? But,
Oh, okay.
and you said yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, but he fixed it, right? It's all
Yeah.
good. It's all good. Got him.
You also said don't
Got him. Got him. Isa, tell him.
The meaning?
Huh?
The meaning?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it's the tongues or the languages, but it's the 2 tongues. I mean 2 tongues, the 2 languages after you remove the L.
Got him. Anyone have an issue with this? Anyone have an issue with this?
Issue with what?
I mean, I really thought you had it. That's why I told you to just keep it. I thought you had it. I thought you were gonna tell us the truth. And then I definitely thought Isa had it. Definitely thought Isa had it.
So it's lisan and sinatan.
Guys, the question in itself is wrong. The question in itself is wrong. What is tongue or language? What is the singular? Lisanun. Don't look at the question. What is it? Lisanun. What is the plural? Al-sinatun. Can you make a plural dual? That's what exactly they did. They took the plural and they made it dual. I told them to correct this last year from the book. They didn't correct it, but I'm happy they didn't correct it because it adds entertainment purposes for me. It's a mistake. It's a plural that was made dual. I thought you saw that. I thought that's what it was. Oh, I want you to have trust issues. I want you to have trust issues. I want you not to trust me. because I want you to confidently say your response. Okay, but we have to work our way there. So you get what happened? Lisanun, the plural is alsinatun. What did they do? They got the plural and then they made the plural dual, which is nonsensical. You don't add alif noon to a plural, right? Huh? Only Allah knows. Al-sinatani is not a word. Al-sinatani is not a word, right? What would be a word is al-sinatu. Al-sinatu.
If you're gonna do two languages, it would just be lisan to lisanani, lisan.
Yeah. Okay. So we won't do 7, just kind of cross it out. Okay. Number 8, Siraj.
Al-Banuna becomes Banuna.
Good. Al-Banuna becomes Banuna. Al-Banuna becomes Banuna. And its meaning is children or sons. Right? Okay. Number 9, Muhammad Mardini. Huh? Read the word as it's given to you. Al-Qura becomes Quran. It becomes Quran. Okay, it's one of those special words. We'll get to it at the end. But Quran, basically, just like I think it's given to you as a vocab, but it's written Quran, like that. Okay, Quran. And Quran means, yeah, Muhammad? Cities or towns. Good. And number 10, Grant.
Al-Bunyanu.
One more time.
Al-Bunyanu.
Bun.
Al-Bunyanu.
Al-Bunyanu becomes.
Bunyanu.
One more time.
Bunyanu.
Bunyanu.
Bunyanun.
Bunyanun. There we go. Bunyanun. Good. And it means?
Buildings.
Because what does it mean?
Bunyanun would be bunyan would be.
Does everyone not know all of a sudden?
No, I know, I just need to.
What does it mean?
Building.
It's a building. One building. Bina'un and
I think I learned the other one.
Bina'un and Bunyanun. Bina'un and Bunyanun are two singulars.
I think I learned the other one, that's why.
Bina'un and Bunyanun are both singulars. Bina'un, Bunyanun. The plural of them is Abniyatun. I did say like last week or early this week that this is one of the words that people get wrong a lot. Yeah? Okay, I did.
The other singular, not this one.
Bina'un. 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 Right? Remember, Bina'un, Bunyanun is building. Right? The plural is Abniyatun. Okay, so Bunyanun means building, right? Once again, alif noon here is part of the word, does not indicate it being dual. Okay, why did we do this exercise? Because they were teaching us that in Arabic, the third property is qismun. Under qismun, you have that which is common and proper, or indefinite and definite. Common / indefinite is going to be, what's the Arabic terminology? Nakiratun. And proper or definite will be ma'rifatun. So it said the default is which one? Nakiratun. And then it gave us, it's going to give us a number of categories in how a word can become ma'rifatun. The number 1 and primary way is through alif lam, also called lam ta'rif. Okay. Number 2, specific names. Ismu alamin. Ismu alamin. It says specific names of people and places such as Hamzatu or Makkatu are always ma'rifatun. These are also known as proper nouns. Right? Is that good? Yes? It's pretty straightforward. Yes, sir. It would be helpful. It would be helpful. Right? It would be helpful. So for al, you could either memorize al or lam ta'rif, right? For number 2, ismu alamin, right? Number three, pronouns. Ad-damairu, pronouns. Ad-damairu. Ad-damairu, by the way, is a plural word. Isa, what is the singular of ad-damairu? Yeah, ad-damiru. The singular of ad-damairu is ad-damiru. Now, pronouns are a category of words that by their nature, they are ma'rifatun. Pronouns are a category of words by their nature, they are ma'rifatun. We will study the following dama'iru in details in a later chapter. Do they have all of them? Yes. You guys know them, right? Yes? Yes? Perfect. DJ, without looking at the chart, what are the pronouns? All of them? Good. طيب, what are they? Quickly, طيب. Yes. It's only طيب in class.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتن أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتن أنا.
Good. Rita, what are they? In chat, quickly, go. Look, Amira, go. Good. Selma, go. Hunna. Antunna. And then the last 2 were it. And then نحن. Sa'ad, go. Good. Kareem, go. Great.
هو هما هم هي هما هنا أنت أنتما أنتم أنت أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
Go.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنت أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
Go.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنت أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
عبد الرحمن. Muhammad Mardini, go.
يا هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتن
Sardar.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتم أنتم أنتي أنتم أنتن أنا نحن.
Good. Stretch the antuma a little longer when you go. Antuma. Just make the meme a little longer. So go ahead. Ahmed.
هو هما هم هو هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتن أنا.
Any of you guys not go yet? Any of you guys not go yet? No? Samira, go. Hunna. Anti. Antunna. Isa, you ready?
Ready for what?
I don't know, but whatever's coming next.
Sorry.
Conjugate fataha in all of his past tense forms. Go.
فتح فتحا فتحوا فتحت فتحتا فتحتم wait فتحنا فتحت فتحتما فتحتم فتحتي فتحتما فتحتن فتحت فتحنا.
Good. Who's next? Rama. Raja'a. Loudly, loudly. I need those people online to hear you. Who's next? Grant. Akala.
Akala.
Don't stretch the first one that long because then it gets confused with the next one.
Akala.
Yeah, there we go.
Akala.
Now you did it again. I'm not sure if you were restarting or
Akala.
there we go.
Akala. Akalu. Akalat. Akalata. Akalna. Akalta. Akaltuma. Akaltuna.
Akaltum.
Akaltum. Akalti. Akaltuma. Akaltuna.
Tunna.
Akaltuna.
Tunna.
Akaltuna.
There we go.
Akaltu. Akalna.
Who's next? طيب. جلس.
جلس 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 جلسوا جلست جلستا جلسنا جلست جلستما جلستم جلستي جلستما جلستن جلست جلسنا.
Who's next? Siraj. Abada. You're next, inshallah.
عبدا عبدوا عبدت
عبدتا.
عبدتا عبدنا
Mhm.
عبدنا عبدتا
عبدت.
عبدت عبدتما عبدتم عبدتي عبدتما عبدتن عبدت عبدنا.
Good. Insha. Sadaqa. Sadaqa. Who's next? ظلم.
ظلمت ظلما ظلموا ظلمت ظلمتا ظلمنا ظلمت ظلمتما ظلمتم ظلمتي ظلمتما ظلمتن ظلمت ظلمنا.
كتب.
كتب. كتب. كتبوا. كتبت. كتبت.
كتبتا.
كتبتا. كتبنا. كتبت. كتبتما. كتبتم. كتبتي. كتبتما. كتبتن. كتبوا. 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 كتبتوا. كتبنا.
Good. It's 11:34. Taking 11-minute break, and then we'll have 45 minutes of class, inshallah. You don't have a what? Okay.
Like, you know, when the time changes?
Mm-mm.
No, this next time when Frederick's gonna be so late that it'll be like closer to like 7:30 or no? No. I think I'm just imagining
Where do you live?
over like. Really? So. Oh, I don't have pictures of that.
Don't worry, that's important.
That's really.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن استنى بسنته إلى يوم الدين. Everyone here take the test? Yeah, took the quiz on Monday? Yeah. Right? Who took the quiz? Yes. Those of you online, all of you turned in the quiz. Looking at one here. Yeah. Looks good, right? Okay. Just as a review, I think you guys know this, but I call on you just give the plural and the mufradun and the jam'un, the singular and the plural. If there's only one, only give one, right? You know the drill. Insha number 1. Sanamun asnamun. Michelle number 2. One more time. Babun abwabun. That is singular and plural, but not house. Try again. What's house? That's 2 different words. That's doors. We're on house. Nur. Baytun buyutun is what you were trying to say. Baytun buyutun. Amira. 3. Bina'un abniyatun. Or you could have went bunyanun abniyatun. 4. Rama. Ukhtun akhawatun. Samira. 5. Boy or child. That's the plural. What's the singular? Awladun is the plural. And the plural. So you gave me the plural already. What Michelle, what is it? Plural. Waladun awladun. Salma 6. Abun aba'un. Nur 7. Ummun ummahatun tayyib 8. Bintun banatun. Siraj 9. Tanzilun Isa 10.
Famun afwahun. Oh, sorry. Wajhun wujuhun.
Wajhun wujuhun. Grant 11.
Babun abwabun.
Babun abwabun. Abdul Karim 12. Fa'run fi'ranun. 13. Sardar. 13 guys. 13. Rock. Hajarun hijaratun. Ahmed. 14. Kitabun kutubun. Do 15 as well. Waraqatun awraqun. Abdurrahman 16. Lisanun alsinatun. DJ 17. Akhun ikhwanun. What's the other plural? Huh? Ikhwatun. Good. Ikhwatun. Muhammad 18. Woman or wife? That's the plural. Imra'atun nisa'un. Sa'ad man. Rajulun rijalun. Insha son or child. Michelle, help her out. Abna'un. Ibnun. Abna'un. What's the other plural? Abawani. Ibnun, abna'un, Amira, what is the other plural? Huh? Banuna, good. 21, Rama. Famun, afwahun. Come on, Amira, it's okay. I'm just having fun. Like, it's okay. Famun, afwahun. Salma, messenger. Rasulun, rusulun. What are you gonna tell my sister? That's what I want to know. What are you gonna tell my sister about my class? That's what I'm curious about. Noor, pen. Qalamun, aqlamun. Rama, 24. Qaryatun, quran. Samira, spouse or pair. Zawjun, azwajun. Tayyib, descendants or offspring. Dhurriyatun, chest. Siraj. Sadrun, sudurun, Isa, day. Yawmun, ayyamun, grant, room. That's the plural. You stretch the fa. Ghurfatun, there we go. Ghurafun or ghurufatun. Abdul Karim, fly or insect. Dhubabun, these are just words now. Sardar, looking. Nadhirun. Ahmed, worshipping. Abidun, Abdurrahman, eating. Akilun, DJ, returning. Raji'un, Muhammad Mardini, sleeping. Huh? Na'imun, Sa'ad, studying. Darisun, insha, leaving or exiting. Kharijun, Mishal, going. Dhahibun, and Amira, coming. Qadimun, Rama, shoulder. Mankibun, Nur, heel. Just don't stretch the ain. Say it again. Aqibun, good. Salma, ankle. Ka'bun, Samira, shin. Saqun, tayyib, cheek. Khaddun, Siraj, elbow. Mirfaqun, Isa, eye. Aynun, Grant, leg. Rijlun, Abdul Karim, foot. Qadamun, Abdurrahman, hand. Yadun, Sardar, ear. You think I was going to ask you hand? I know, that's why I skipped over you. I saw you have the answer in your head, so I jumped and came back. DJ, ear. Udhunun. And Muhammad Mardini, lip. Sa'ad. Shafatun. Muhammad Mardini, words in Arabic can be divided in 3 categories. What are they? Finish your words. Fi'lun. There we go. Ismun, fi'lun, harfun, noun, verb, particle. Translate into Arabic. Insha, we. Nahnu, Mishal, you, female. Anti, 3, Amira, he. Huwa, Samira, I. Ana, Rama, all of you. Antum, all of them, female, Salma. Hunna, Nur, you, male. Anta, Tayyib, both of them. Huma, Siraj, both of you. Antuma, Grant, all of you, female.
And Tunna.
Antunna, Ahmed, she. He, I skipped 11. Sardar, 11, all of them. Hum, phenomenal. That's a wrap. Okay, good. Go back to your Arabic books. Says it was talking about ismun, nakiratun, words that are common or indefinite, and words that are ma'rifatun, they're proper or they're definite. Of the categories, we took 3. Number 1 was alif lam. Number 1 was alif lam. Qalamun becomes al-qalamu. Baytun becomes al-baytu. Babun becomes al-babu. All right, clear? Number 2 was ismu alamin, proper names of people or places. Proper names of people or places. Number 3 were ad-damairu. Everyone say ad-damairu. and the singular of al-dama'iru is al-damiru. Everyone say al-damiru. Good, and we went over those. Now, number 4, this is a new one. Asma'ul ishara. Asma'ul ishara. Everyone say asma'ul ishara. Which are basically pointer words. It says words used to point. This, that, those, and these are always ma'rifatun. Below are the asma'ul ishara for recognition purposes. We will learn their definition and how to use them in a later chapter. No, we will learn them now. Okay, listen. I'll translate them for you. Hada is this. Translate it as this. Put the translations underneath, right under in the same box. And in parentheses, put M. For hada, put this. And in parentheses, put M. What do you think M means? Mudhakkar. Not masculine. Mudhakkar.
You did intentionally say ha, not just hadal, hada, but
It's
hada.
yeah, it's technically hada. It's not a fatha, it's the line. It's should not be written like that. Should be written with the med. Like this. It's not gonna it's a line. So it's pronounced hada. Clear? Hada. You stretch the ha. So you put this, and in parentheses put M. Okay? We're gonna go left. Okay? Hadani. These two. In parentheses put M. These two. In parentheses put M. The next one, ha'ula'i. Ha'ula'i. We're gonna put these, plural, these. If you want, you can put M, but ha'ula'i is one of those ones that's don't put M actually. No, just put these. Put these. Put these. Okay, next line. Hadihi. Once again, the ha is stretched. Hadihi. You're gonna put this in parentheses. You're gonna put. Who said M? Who said M? F for female. For mu'annathun. Hadihi. This parentheses F. Next one. Hatani. Hatani. You're gonna put these two parentheses F for mu'annathun or female.
Is it pronounced?
Hatani. The ha is stretched. Hatani. In all of them, the ha is stretched. Hada, hadani, ha'ula'i, hadihi, hatani. And then the last one, ha'ula'i. You're just gonna put these. Okay? Okay, those first two lines, you can do what I did, and you can write the word qaribun, which means near or close. Meaning those first two lines are used to indicate or point towards things that are near or close. Yes, Muhammad.
They're stretched. Why is there no like?
because there should have been.
Can it also be Nadim?
We'll get to that. But yes. Qaribun means near or close. Okay. Now we'll go to the third line. Go to the third line. Dhalika means that, and in parentheses you're going to put M for mudhakkarun.
And this was just Dalika.
Huh?
Just Dalika,
Dhalika. Yeah.
no elongating the front.
Dhalika.
Dalika.
You are. If you weren't, it'd be dhalika. But yes, you are elongating. Dhalika. The dhal is elongated. Clear? The next one over is dhanika. Dhanika, which means those two. Those two, in parentheses, M. And then ulaika, we're going to use those, just those. They're excited because you guys are learning Arabic. Tilka, tilka, last line, first one. Tilka, that, parentheses, female, mu'annathun. Clear? That, parentheses, F for mu'annathun. The next one over, and that one's pronounced tilka. There's obviously no stretching because it's kasra, tilka. The next one over is tanika. Tanika is those two, parentheses, F. And then the last one that you have is ulaika, which once again means those. Okay? And next to those last two lines, you will write the word ba'idun. Far or distant. So the first two lines are technically used for that which is close. And the last two lines are used for that which is far away. Clear? So you have hadha, which is for hadha you wrote this, right? You wrote this, and in parentheses you wrote M, okay? Maybe above it or right in front of this, put the number 1. For the one over, put 2. And then for ha'ula'i, use 3 plus. Got it? We're going mufradun muthanna jam'un. And that applies all the way down, right? Everything in that first column. Yeah. First column is 1. Everything in the middle column is 2. And everything on the left column is 3 or more. Is that good? Okay. So you guys remember the word for let's go with Muslim. Muslimun, okay? You would say Hadha Muslimun. Hadha Muslimun. This is a Muslim. Specifically, this is a male Muslim. Once again, Hadha Muslimun. Hadha Muslimun. Is that clear? Everyone say Hadha Muslimun. Okay. Now we want to make this, so this is a Muslim. Now we want to say these two are Muslim. هذان مسلمان. Again, هذان مسلمان. So instead of using هذا, we used هذان. And instead of using Muslimun, we used Muslimani, because we now know how to form the dual. Is that clear? هذان مسلمani. Good. Now we want to use these are Muslims. هؤلاء مسلمون. هؤلاء مسلمون. What was the first one, everybody? Everyone say it. What was it? هذا مسلم. Amira, what does that mean? This is a Muslim. Everyone, what was the second one? هذان مسلمان. Siraj, what does that mean?
These are two Muslims.
These are two Muslims. Good. And then everyone, what was the last one? هؤلاء مسلمون. Grant, what does that mean?
These are Muslims.
These are Muslims. Good. Now we're going to feminize everything. So we're going to use the second line. So insha, for the first one, what are we going to say? Everyone hear her? Yes? So everyone, what was it? هذه مسلمة. هذه مسلمة. This is a Muslim, but now we're talking about a female, right? هذه مسلمة. Clear? Now we're gonna make it dual. So Noor, we're gonna say your weekend had started to look like you were like. So we're gonna make it dual. So we're no longer gonna use هذه. We're gonna use No one say anything. Do you remember the first line? It's the same concept. DJ. Muslimatin. Abd Karim. Oh, one more time. So the entire sentence would be Hatani Muslimatani. What did he do? He took the first one, which was Hadihi Muslimatun. This is a female Muslim, right? And then I said, hey, we're going to make it dual. So immediately he went from Hadihi to Hatani. And then he took the word Muslimatun and he simply just added Alif, Noon. Hatani Muslima Tani. Does that make sense? If it does, then do the last one. Haulai. I did 50% of it already. Muslima. Tuna or Tina? Pick one. Tuna, are you sure? You have 100% chance of getting it wrong. Tuna or Tina? It's neither. Are we talking about male or female right now? We're talking about female. Una and ina is used for the sound masculine plural. Muslimatatun. Wrong gatun. What is it, Salma? Huh? What is it? Muslimatun. What is it? Sound feminine plural is wrong. Wrongatun, wrongatatun. Muslimatun. Muslimatun. So the answer is Haulai Muslimatun. Make sense? Haulai Muslimatun. Got it? So let's go through the 6 again. The first one, Sardar, was هذا مسلم. Everyone say هذا مسلم. DJ, what was next? No, we're going left, not down. هذان مسلمان. هذان مسلمان. Michelle, what was after that? هؤلاء مسلمون. هؤلاء مسلمون. Good. Then we went to the second line, right? Siraj, what was the first one?
هذه مسلمة.
هذه مسلمة. Grant, what was next?
Atani muslimatani.
هاتان مسلمتان. And then Noor, what was the last one? One more time. You're right there. Like, say it one more time. Just get it out. هؤلاء. Come on. Yeah, muslimat, and just stretch the meme a little more, make it a little more obvious, okay? هؤلاء muslimatun. Is that clear? Right? So this is a Muslim male. These are two Muslims. These are all Muslims. Then we switch it to female. This is a Muslim woman. These are two Muslim women. These are a whole bunch of Muslim women. Clear? Okay. We're going to use the top two still. We're going to use Shell, what was the word for house? Baytun. You sure? Final answer? What was the word for door then? Babun. What's the plural of Baytun? What's the plural of Babun? Good. We're going to use the word Baytun. Michelle, we're going to use Baytun. Put one of those six before it. Put one of those six before it. There's only one correct answer. How confident are you in your answer? Not very confident. Okay. Muhammad Radini, what's the right answer? هذه بيت. Sardar, what's the right answer? Only Allah knows. You know, once Umar al-Khattab radiallahu anhu, he asked the companions a question, and they said, only Allah knows. And he got upset. He said, either say we know or say we don't know. But I'm just joking. Just tell me the right answer. هذا بيت. Correct answer, Michelle, is هذا بيت. You were right. Muhammad, بيت is masculine or feminine? Masculine. So we're going to use هذا. Okay? Stay with me here. هذا بيت. This is a house. This is a house. Abdurrahman, we want to say these are two houses. هذان بيتان. طيب, do you agree? It's a regular ta.
So yes.
هذان بيتان. هذان بيتان. These are two houses. Amira, these are houses. هؤلاء بيوت. One more time, everyone. Yeah, you guys it's just.
Oh,
Someone tells you to walk into a hole, you guys will straight walk into it. Huh? هذه non-intellectual plurals are treated as. Come on, guys. Singular feminine. Didn't we start class with this? Non-intellectual, non-human plurals are treated as singular feminine. Now I knew Amira, and deep down I knew she was going to say هؤلاء بيوت, and it brought me happiness, because sometimes the best way to learn something is to make a mistake on it. Honestly, sometimes the best way to learn something is to make a mistake on it. Okay, once again, let's go through this. هذا Baytun. Hadani, Baytani. And then the last one, these are houses. Hadihi buyutun. Did you see that? Right? Hada masculine, Baytun masculine. Hadani masculine, Baytani masculine. But now on the last one, our word is buyutun. Buyutun is a plural, but it's a non-intellectual plural. So it's treated as singular feminine. Hadihi buyutun. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. What about غرفتun? غرفتun. غرفتun. I want to say this is a room. غرفتun. Siraj.
هذه غرفة.
هذه غرفتun. Right? Singular, feminine go together. هذه غرفتun. هذه غرفتun. These are 2 rooms. These are 2 rooms. Insha. هاتان غرفتان. هاتان غرفتان. You guys agree? Yes? You guys have trust issues now. It's exactly where I want you to be. هاتان غرفتان. هاتان غرفتان. Okay, and then the last one is going to be, these are rooms. These are rooms. So Salma, the correct answer will be هذه غرف. هذه غرف. غرفتun has 2 plurals, غرف and غرفات, right? So once again, we're going to go back to the singular feminine because non-intellectual plurals are treated as
Singular feminine.
singular feminine. هذه غرفات or هذه غرف. Good? You get it? Okay. And then the same would apply for the second 2 lines, right? You can just plug and play all of the examples, right? Once again, the idea of sentences, we'll get to it. I'm just, I get a little excited, so I can't stop myself sometimes, okay? But ذَانِكَ, أُولَئِكَ, right? Right, that third line, they are the male cousins of هَذَا, هَذَانِ, and هَؤُلَاءِ. Does that make sense? Right? And then that 4th line, تِلْكَ, تَانِكَ, and أُولَئِكَ, they are the female cousins of هذه, هاتان, and هؤلاء. I just made up that female cousin thing. It just sounded cool. Good? Get it? Make sense? But the first 2 lines are used for those things that are near. And the last 2 lines are used for that which is far away. Okay. Number 5. I do expect you to have these memorized. 1, 2, 3. Technically, I know it looks like it's 12, but in reality, right, it's 10 because هؤلاء is repeated and أولئك is repeated, right? So I expect you to have all 10 memorized. Okay. So I'll come in on class on Monday, right? And I will say something like, I'll say, guys, we're doing the first 2 lines. We're doing the first 2 lines, or I actually won't say that. I'll say we're doing qaribun. I'll say we're doing qaribun. So automatically, we're doing the first 2 lines. Or I'll say we're doing ba'idun, and we're doing the second 2 lines. Okay? And then I will say something like, let's say we're doing the first 2 lines. Okay? Let's say we're doing the first one. We're doing qaribun. I will say something like, I'll tell Salma, I'll be like, abiduna. Abiduna. So Salma, you'll say first 2 lines. Ha'ula'i, right? And then I'll come to Tayyib and I'll say Nadhiratani. Nadhiratani. And you will say Hatani. Good, right? So basically you have to figure out what gender and how many, and then where do we plug it, right? Or I'll tell Amira, I'll tell Amira something like, I'll say we're doing first 2 lines. Amira, I'll say something like Fi'ranun. And you'll say, good. You'll say Hadihi Fi'ranun. Non-intellectual plural treated as singular feminine. Good. I do need you to memorize these 10. هذا, هذان, هؤلاء, هذه, هاتان, هؤلاء, which is repeated. ذلك, ذانك, أولئك, تلك, تانك, and أولئك. I guarantee if you repeat all 10 after each prayer from now until Monday, you'll have them memorized. Number 5. It says al-asma'ul mawsulatu. I want to teach you this category. I don't want you to memorize it. I just want you to kind of be aware of it. That makes sense? Okay. Al-asma'ul mawsula, they are called connecting words, right? You'll recognize them from the Quran. But it says below are the asma'ul mawsula for recognition purposes. We will learn their definition and how to use them in a later chapter. Technically, you learn these, I think, at the end of like book 2, right? But they are alladhi, alladhani, and allatani. That entire first line is masculine. That entire first line is masculine. If you just want to label them, alladhi, you could put 1 parentheses m. 1 for the number, 1 parentheses m for masculine. The one which. The one which. Or that which. Okay, but I want you to know number and gender, so you're going to put 1 parentheses m. For the next one, alladhani, you will put 2 parentheses m as well. And then for alladhina, you will put 3 plus parentheses m. Allati is basically the feminine version of the first line, right? So allati would be 1 parentheses m, f, sorry. Allatani would be 2 parentheses f. And then this last version, there's 3 different versions of it. Allati, allawati, and allai. 3 plus and then f. And then the last 2 that you're given are not gender specific. Ma is simply just that which. And man is like the one whom, without having a gender. Ma would be that which. And man would be the one whom, without having gender. Question? Alladhi, the one which. Once again, we'll learn how to use these much later on. We don't need these right now. Number 6 is the one being called. The one being called. Al-munada. So it says the harfun used to call a person is ya. Okay? The word following ya is always ma'rifatun. What do we mean by this? What's the word for a man? What is the word for a man? Rajulun. What is it? Rajulun. Okay? Let's say there's a specific individual I want to call. Okay? I know his name, but I just want to summon him. Okay? Right? So I can say, Ya Rajulu. Ya Rajulu. Oh, such and such man. Right? When I add the ya to it, automatically it becomes proper. It becomes definite. Because I'm not calling out to just an indefinite person. When I say ya rajulu, I intend to call a specific person. Make sense? Waladun means a boy or a child. It's indefinite. It's common. But when I say ya waladu, I'm speaking to a specific child.
You take the tanween off? Like
Yes,
yeah?
yes, you take the tanween off.
So the yeah causes that.
The ya causes that. Tanween comes off. The ya causes that. That's a grammatical point we'll get to later. Okay. So he says, this is because when calling someone, you are addressing a specific person. Both the word waladun and ya waladu and the name munirun in ya muniru are ma'rifa. Notice that the tanween is removed from the one being called upon. Okay. We'll just do this really quickly and then we'll stop right before the exercise. Go down to drill 12. It says complete the conceptual questions below. Number 1, it says true or false. Type ismun is one of the 4 properties of the ismun. Sardar?
Yes.
True or false? True. True or false? Layla is an example of a common word because it does not have the in front of it. Amira? False. Rather, it is an example of a. The opposite of common was proper. Proper, right? Or you could use indefinite would be common and definite, right? Layla is a specific person. It was category number 2. Ismu alamin, right? Because it's the specific name of a person, it is automatically ma'rifatun. Number 3 says true or false. Common or indefinite is the default when it comes to type. Grant?
True.
True. Nakiratun, common, is the default when it comes to type. Number 4, true or false. Tanweenun and al can be on the same word, i.e. al-muslimun. Mishal? False, can't have that, right? Okay, and then number 5, it said the 6 reasons we learn that make a word proper are, the first one, try to keep it in order. The first one, yes.
Why couldn't we do that with four? What is that?
Say it again.
Why couldn't we put alif lam at the beginning of that word?
No, he said for number 4,
Yeah.
it said tanween and al.
Oh, tanween, okay.
Tanween and al can be on the same word. False, right? You can't have those two come together, right? Number 5, the 6 reasons we learn that make a word proper are, try to keep it in order, try to use the Arabic phrasing. Number 1, Rama, the first thing that we took was al, right? Al, or you could put lam al-ta'rif, or you could just write alif lam. Number 2, Isa was called Ismu alamin, proper names of places and people. Number 3, in order, DJ was good. Ad-damairu, the pronouns, good, phenomenal. Number 4, Amira was Asma'ul Isharati, good. Number 5, Rama was Al-Asma'ul Mawsulah, and the last one was Al-Munada, the one that is being called or the one that is being summoned. Okay. We will stop here. We will save drill 13 until Monday. Wait, guys. Yes, mashallah. So this is where the problem arises. This is exactly where the problem arises. Okay. If I'm saving drill 13 till Monday, okay? But then drill 13 happens, then there's just like at the end of every chapter, there's a vocab review. But then after that happens, then there's that mushkila. It's a big mushkila, it's a big problem. There's the vocab of chapter 3. And for us to properly kind of like benefit from chapter 3, we need to have the vocab of chapter 3 memorized. Who has vocab of chapter 3 memorized? Who has half or more? Who has half or more of chapter 3 vocab memorized? Guys, what are you going to do this weekend? Me too. Guys, I need you to memorize the vocab for chapter 3. When? Immediately. When? Immediately. Because if you go into Friday night thinking it's going to happen on Saturday, Sunday, then there's a good chance it won't. Okay? Get started on it today, now, tonight. You understand? Amira, when is the quiz? Huh? Oh, shoot. Oh. Okay, guys. It is what it is. So Amira said the quiz is Monday, inshallah. The quiz is that is exactly what you said. Do you wish to change your answer? What do you wish to change it to? Wednesday. The quiz is Wednesday. The quiz is Wednesday. There will be vocab, cumulative. So this is not the way this class works is not that you memorize a chapter and forget it, move on to the next one. It will be cumulative. So you will be asked about previous words. Okay? And unlike the previous test, there's a very high chance I will ask you a few more grammar questions. Okay? Verbal sentence, nominal sentence, what are parts? Give me an example of a sound masculine plural in all three states. Give me an example of a sound feminine plural in all three states. Broken plural in all three states. Asma'ul ishara. I'll give you words. I'll say put the proper ismul ishara before it. Does that make sense? When is that, guys?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. I didn't choose the day of the test. She could have said Thursday. She did it. Not on me. وصل اللهم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.